Oh, what a good image.
It's beautiful.
Start giving me a little audio.
And
All
the,
right.
and the and the little button's up, right, TJ? We had our little button. You have to hear the Tesla story when we didn't have the little button up.
Oh, there's no button?
The little button, these little black buttons.
That's you.
That's me. Okay.
That's you. That's
That's Mike, guys.
Excellent. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just getting ourselves a little bit of a sound check here for the evening before we get the night started. Outstanding. We're gonna miss our
All right.
captain, John. Is
Oh. All right. Here to get it
yeah,
rocking and rolling.
absolutely. Tell you what, though, we're gonna miss our boss, man. TJ's not gonna be with us tonight, is he?
That's right. Yeah. You don't want to leave us unsupervised, though.
Yeah, we might have to check the chat room.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wait, he is
Wireless
here.
mic
Oh,
at the
my
Hoover
goodness.
Holiday session. Hoover Holiday Tournament here at North Canton City Schools. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3.
Well, we thought we were off the hook.
Yeah, he got us. It was a little low.
It was, Mike was a little low.
Well, I mean, bass.
Oh, the oh,
Check
okay.
1, 2,
Trying
3,
to get
4,
him.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How's that sounding to you guys? Coming through nice and clear?
Oh, real clear.
good,
nice, nice, clear. How about you? We can get a little. That's good.
Nice.
All right. Again, working all the technical kinks out here as we prepare for the North Canton Hoover Holiday Tournament. 'Tis the season, is it not, Johnny?
That's right. It's about that time of year. The heat of the season.
Absolutely.
All right.
It's good to go.
We got the final blessing from our superior here.
You guys aren't ready to go right now. We can drop this down. Whenever you guys are ready to start, just push it right back up there.
That was the key. We didn't know what Iron Man. What
National anthem?
time is it? 4:40. We'll wrap a little bit. When we're talking,
Yeah, we can talk a little bit. Yeah, we didn't know that Iron Man.
This thing is because it's old school.
Yeah.
Got
Oh,
you right
okay,
there.
right
It's
there.
that John Madden headset.
At the end of the night, you want this tacked up?
TJ told me it's the old John Madden headset.
What do you want? I want you to give it to him. He's going to give you all of this to take with you.
Okay.
We all just meet you back over at your house afterwards.
All right. Perfect. Yep.
Right behind you.
Okay.
Yep.
You got it, brother. Hey, baby. Have fun.
All right. Yep. All right. We've been given our final blessing here by our superior and El Prez, TJ.
Absolutely. There he goes.
And looks like they're clearing the mats.
It is
All right.
about that time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is time. We are just about ready to go live here with the national anthem and the first whistles at the North Canton Holiday Tournament. I'm your host tonight, Jim Bostic. Here with me, as always, my partner in crime, John Lowery. John, what do you say, brother?
Hey, it's glad to be here, man. It's nice and warm in the building, and and it's crowded. Yeah, place. As I was coming in, that parking lot was, getting pretty
Filled
big
up?
line out there. Yeah, filled up.
All right, I got a trick for you, brother, because we used to come here all the time. Of course, my boys, all my boys wrestled here all the years we were over at Massillon Jackson. There's a parking lot in the back.
Okay.
You can sneak in the back way. Not a lot. I mean, not
Yeah,
sneak in.
yeah.
There's somebody there watching to, get you in. But
Right.
a lot of parking, great
Lot of
way in. So,
Okay.
so tomorrow, that's the place you want to be.
All right. I got a little extra PT in, did a little,
All right. Outstanding.
little winter walking.
Get yourself warmed up.
Got the heart
warmed
rate
up a
up.
bit.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If I can get everything cleared up, I think we're ready to start the national anthem.
All right.
Tom, we can start the national anthem.
And here we go with the singing of our national anthem.
National anthem. this and get back and forth? I'll grab the mic. Yeah, I'll just kind of that way, kind of listen and then jump in as we hear. So, what's that?
It's big.
Make sure you keep this. You bring it down.
I got the bucket head. You got to pull that John Madden up like in front of you.
All right.
Yeah, right there.
I'm not on camera, am I?
You might be.
Well, how many cameras are on me? Because they say the camera adds 20 pounds. So if you have 13 cameras on me.
I gotcha. Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, here we are. We're back. The national anthem has been complete. I'm looking out upon our match. You can see it live with the Stark Media camera out there. Again, welcome with the media group, our wrestling division. The North Canton Holiday Tournament is where you are. And I'll tell you what, right now with me, a very, very special guest, a dear friend, and I'll tell you what, North Canton wrestler, alum, great coach. And again, I think I'm going to go back with it again, and a great friend of mine. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to all of you Mr. Jamie Fausnight. Jamie, good to see you, brother.
How are you, Jim? How are you?
I am great, man. Thank you for taking time and coming up and sharing a little bit about with your evening here and your background and experience with really what is a very storied tournament, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is the 62nd annual North Canton Holiday Tournament. We have 37 teams here.
Wow.
There's 8 state champions here. There's like 50 state qualifiers. It's really a tough tournament at this point in the season. The tournament originally started, 63 years ago. Actually, we missed a year due to COVID, but
Right.
we originally it had 8 teams, and then Coach Walt Talarchek took over the program years ago, and he really expanded it. It became a 16-man tournament at that point, but then teams like St. Ed's, St. Paris Graham, Walsh Jesuit, those teams were here. And then once we moved to this new school, it really blew it out of the water. We have 30-some teams. We have 5 out-of-state schools. West Virginia's here, PA's here, Michigan's here. It's just a lot of fun. And this point in the season, it's a real great time to see where your kids are at this point.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I know, coaches, we had a great session here this past week. They're here, the Louisville Leopards, looking down. I think that's Matt. I don't see a Matt number. I think down Matt number 3 on the far side there, Micah Coleman. I see had a great in-the-room session. And, he talked about, chasing the losses, right? I mean, we can learn so much from a win. But I like what you said there, that this early in the season, coaches here, they're trying to maybe gauge where they're at. The first part of conditioning, first part of training has taken place. But yet, in a way, they're still kind of chasing those losses right now, aren't they?
Absolutely, absolutely. Plus, when you add in that this is early in the season, no kids have gotten any extra weights. There were kids that had to certify. I did work the weigh-ins here earlier. We went without a hitch, but
Nice.
Kids
That's
have
because you worked it, James.
Right.
Huh?
Yeah,
You were the man.
There's a lot of hands in that. There's not much more simpler jobs than writing somebody's weight on their hand. But it is a tough time because the kids haven't gotten any growth allowance or anything like that, so they're getting certified. So right now it's about getting their bodies adjusted and getting in game shape where they're banging for 5 matches in a course of a weekend. You can train all you want in a wrestling room, but until you get out here with the lights on, it doesn't really get real.
Absolutely.
So, question for you: since you've been doing this for years, outcome, would you say this is one of these tournaments where you finish top 3 here, you're gonna have a maybe possible placement back at your state tournament in your division? Or
you're definitely going to get noticed. There's different weight classes. Each weight class is different. Like I said, there's 2 weight classes here with 2 different state champions in it. One weight class, 144, has 2 state champs, 2 state placers, and 4 state qualifiers. You come in, you place in the top 5, you're the real deal in a weight class like that. Then there's another weight class, I'm not positive what it is, but I think there's only like 1 state qualifier and the rest are all district qualifiers. That's the type of weight class where one kid could come out here, take 3rd out of nowhere, and that just jumpstarts his entire, say sophomore season.
it's a confidence booster.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. There's definitely quality teams here, and then when you boil it down, you get to about 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, you'll see some real elite wrestling going on.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, obviously on any tournament, John and I were blessed last week. We got a chance to broadcast the Ironman, and I'll tell you what, and same thing here, right? Cannot wait to the semifinals. Those semifinals are just killers. I mean, sometimes those semifinal bouts could be more exciting than finals. No,
Absolutely. This is an Ironman, but I'll tell you right now, there's only one Ironman. But tournaments like this, tournaments like Brecksville, tournaments like Top Gun and Medina, you never really can tell which one's the toughest one of the year. Each weight class is different, each year is different. But I'll tell you right now, these are definitely the ones that they pay attention to when they're ranking athletes, when they're looking at kids that are going to make a run for a state title. This is definitely one of the tournaments that they pay attention to.
I agree with you 100% on that, because I've seen over the years similar results, in your top 5 at those tournaments, the Top Gun, the Medina, Brecksville, or even I'm even one out the D's tournament.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, that is true.
One of my favorite stories, and forgive me for mentioning it to the kid. He's one of my all-time favorites. A kid from Carrollton. The coach's son, Benny Pazook. He was a 4-time state finalist, and he never won this tournament. I did go to Ironman one year and not compete, but I'm telling you, he's a bad dude. He's wrestling at the college level now, and he never took first place at this tournament. And he's definitely the caliber of kid that could win it.
Right.
It's just a tough tournament for everybody. Especially if you're young. It's your first big tournament out. Some of these freshmen that are out here, it really teaches them, what high school wrestling's all about.
James, just seeing down there, I saw Maslin Perry, and I talked to you a little bit earlier. I looked down through the roster. I didn't see where, quote unquote, as a team, the Panthers were here. But you had mentioned that, there are a few that have been sprinkled in. How does that work for you?
Well, when you have a tournament of this size, you have 37 teams. You don't always fill a 32-man bracket. So Maslin Perry's the local school in Stark County. We allowed some of their JV wrestlers to compete today. I know North Canton has some. My son's one of them that's competing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
okay.
He's competing at 126. But we have some extras in just to make sure, try to get to the weight classes to be at 32-man.
I got you. Now, your son, senior this year,
no?
A junior.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he's at 126.
Okay.
Hopefully he's maybe by Medina we can get him down to 120. Get him in the
All
lineup
right.
and do some damage. But
Wow.
It's all good fun, man. It's so exciting to see him training and working hard. And, all these boys. I've coached so many of these kids.
Oh.
I run practices. I used to run practices that were for the whole community. So I'd range, I'd range 80 to 100 kids. I'd range 80 to 100 kids. So there's probably 40 or 50 kids here that have been through my room, and they're doesn't matter what colors they wear. Once they're in the room with me at one point, I'm there for them. Till they graduate. I was super excited to see the Carrollton boys. Some of the Jackson boys. It's so fun and that's what makes wrestling different. In football, you don't just go and practice with the other team. Like, how often have you seen the McKinley Bulldogs go practice with the Maslin Tigers? To prepare for their season.
Right.
We have to do it together. Not everybody has a full room.
That's true.
with kids in their size that push them to the point where they can compete at a high level.
No.
I've seen you down in Louisville's room before, or Glen Oaks, or
Yeah,
I've seen you.
I've been all over, man. I've been all over.
Nah, Jamie's
Ohio.
Jamie's a mainstay, absolutely, and we're so excited to have him here with Stark Media. Again, we're gonna definitely use him, pick his brain throughout the season. I'm sure you'll hear Jamie again. Now, Jamie, we were talked about, again, looking down through the roster of teams, and it was very exciting. Obviously, I think I counted 8 teams out of Stark County. I'm going to just name them off here. Maybe you can. Of course, we have the home Vikings here. Coach Gamble with that group. Coach Hepner's here with the Polar Bears from Jackson. Obviously, Coach Villers. We had him on at the Stark preview, right, with Uniontown Lake. Coach, I'm going to say this right. Patream. Coach Patream, because I've butchered his name several times. Sorry, Coach. Love your brother. Coach Patream from Tuslaw. Coach Coleman, of course, here from Louisville. Coach Wusky, Maslin, Washington is here. Good to see Coach. I can see him down. He's actually down there on mat. James, we got to get some numbers on these.
They're on the score tables.
Oh, they're on this table. All right.
So we got Matt
there you go.
Got it,
there you
brother.
go. This ain't our first tournament, my man.
3.
All right, that's on Coach Matt number 3. I see Coach Wusky down there. Or I know, I apologize. No. I am
That's
incorrect.
Fairless.
That is Fairless, another one of our Stark County here. That's Coach McGee.
Yeah.
So good to see Coach McGee. I got
He's
confused.
been around a long time.
Well, Coach
Yep,
McGee
he's
was
been all
at
over. Yep,
Massillon,
absolutely.
right? It was at Massillon working with that program. Of course, Coach Lambden is here from Alliance also. So great Stark County representation. We're going to see a lot of those athletes. We're going to point those out to you. And, of course, our JV wrestlers coming in from the Massillon Perry program here today. So, yeah, great lineup. 37 teams, you said, right,
Yes.
James?
That's
Okay.
what I was told. 37
Outstanding.
teams.
Now, James, again, you've been around a long time and an excellent wrestler yourself. God love you. Your brother, Tom, man. I've known Tom for a long time. Great to see Tommy today. Got a chance to talk with him. I understand Tom is also behind the mic, right? I hear he does a little comedic work. Can you tell us a little bit about, brother Tom and being on stage as the comedian?
Well, first of all, my brother's he's given his whole life to wrestling. For starters, he was the state runner-up back in '83. He coached, close to 30 years. He was the head coach for 3 years here. But I think is the intensity that goes on in these matches and the ability to think on your feet. I think that doing some stand-up comedy was a good thing to scratch his itch there, if you will, just to get out in front of people, stand with a microphone and just talk to people. Neither one of us have ever been shy from a microphone. We're not those coaches that dread the banquet. You give us the microphone, we'll talk about the kids like crazy, unscripted and just get up and talk. But he's done a really good job, and he's the guy who trains really hard. So when he's done a couple of his competitions, he's come over to some of my friends' house with like 6 or 8 of us and practice a couple times.
Yeah.
And do dry runs. Yeah, he does a good job. He's good fun.
And I talked to him earlier. I guess he's preparing for a competition or preparing for here within the next couple weeks. I
think over Christmas break he's just going to do just one just a routine just to stay sharp. But the competitions he saves for the summer because he works in a school district at Summit Academy.
Yes.
So the school district or school season time is a little rough for him. So I think he'll do most of that stuff in the summer. But on Christmas break he might give it a go again.
I'll tell you what, I have very few, as I look back on my wrestling career, not too many, great things to talk about. But I will say that we were at a quad at North Canton. Now, and I must clarify, I was a senior. Tommy's still coming up in his own. Tommy was only a sophomore. And I think I did get my hand raised that day. And of course, later on, Tommy just became, the hammer that he was. But, I always joke with him about that. I love you guys, man. You guys are the best of the best. And I'm so excited, with the possibility of coming on, join us here with Stark Media.
Well, I'll tell you this, just as, use him as an example. I don't mean to talk about my brother very much, but, he's one of those dudes. Zach Meisner is another one.
Yep.
A guy that had one crack at the state tournament. He worked his butt off his entire career. He trained outworked everybody in the room, but never had that, wasn't one of those guys that wrestled in 3 state titles or went to the state tournament multiple times. He knew he had one crack at it. He gave everything he could into it and came up a little short, but he was a state finalist, and that happens in our sport all the time. You can see guys that are truly driven. You can see guys that truly sacrifice, doing things that their parents don't ask them to do, doing things that the coaches don't require of them. True sacrifices that they do for themselves because they really want to excel at this sport. And that's one of the things that makes this sport great is you really do have to put yourself out of your comfort zone to be successful.
We were talking about before me and Jim about having that. I know some coaches refer to that as grit, GRIT. Yeah, and
absolutely,
you're right. Yeah, you find out who that person you really are when it comes down to it, and it's those all those times you work out where nobody told you to. Your coach didn't tell you to. You knew you had to do what you did,
right, and
to get from point A to point B.
And what's funny is it takes a specific type of person, and it's not necessarily the kid who's in detention every day that wants to throw fists with everybody. It's also kids that are on the honor roll, National Honor Society, the kids that really enjoy the grind, that like to push themselves to another level. And once they get that taste in their mouth, you can see it all develop and watch it take over. It truly is a lifestyle.
It becomes a lifestyle, and like you said, it's a team effort still, because you feed off your teammates' energy.
I'll tell you, I've had conversations with football coaches, and I love football. I've coached youth football for many years, but I can make an argument that wrestling is more of a team sport than football is, because when I played football, and I loved playing football, I had a job to do on every play. It didn't matter what anybody else did. If I did my job, the team was successful. If I did my job, the team was successful. In the wrestling room, if I don't have guys around me in my weight that push me every single day, I'm only going to get so good. You know, you can be a complete football player, and it doesn't really matter how good your team is. There's kids that are Division I athletes at small schools with a losing record, and those top tier colleges know who they are and they pull them right out. You can't necessarily get to that level in wrestling unless you have people that push you out of your comfort zone on a daily basis.
Well, it's interesting you say that. Old Ohio State coach, legend Urban Meyer, always said that his favorite two sports athletes that he recruited were always wrestlers. Yeah.
It is the grind. It's a different kind of grind. You know, I always say this, that there's three sports, and I could be wrong. This is just my own personal opinion. I believe there's 3 high school sports that require more of you than just going to practice. I believe that cross-country runners have to do more than just go to practice. I believe swimmers have to do more than just go to practice. And I think wrestlers have to do more than just go to practice. You know, an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 or 4 days a week doesn't make you compete at a high level.
Well, I was listening to In the Room podcast with Jim the other day in Louisville, and a Louisville wrestler had said that exactly. He said, you know what you're seeing go down right here is just part of it, but it's not the full picture.
Right.
No.
Exactly. I caught that episode, by the way. I watched that last night. You did a good job. And that's such a good team. There's such good kids, and it was fun to see them. You know, they were a little shy in front of the camera, and you know, the more that you guys do that kind of thing or get out in front of the people, you'll see the kid. I think you'll see a little a different side of the kids here before long. You know, they'll be a little more apt to talk about, you know, their training and things like that. But I think that we might have caught them off guard a little bit.
Yeah, you know, you're rightly so. And I'll tell you what, again, as you know, Jane, what we're trying to do here and for our audience with Stark Media is really, you know, bring wrestling into, you know, we all love our sport. Obviously, all of us, you know, wrestlers, coaches, we love this sport. We want to bring, you know, that whole, video side to it. Our goal, one of our goals is there's going to be a day when you're driving home, you're going to turn the radio on and you're going to hear a live wrestling match happening, just like you do with football, basketball, and so forth. You're going to hear that happening. I know that's one of the goals of our owners, TJ Downing and JP Simons, co-founders of Stark Media. Just 2 great dudes. And as you saw, the In the Room sessions, really what we're trying to do is like you said, get out there, show the face, pull back that curtain, if you will, a little bit from that practice room. Take away a little of that mystique that I think some kids may shy away from wanting to come out, you know, and participate in our sport, you know, because, you know, well, I got to, you know, lose weight, or, oh, I've got, you know, I'm going to get all kinds of diseases and all these things. You know, we really want to bring the reality, the truth to what our sport's all about.
Yeah, there's funny, weird, negative stereotypes about wrestling and wrestlers and things of that nature. But, you know, I think one of the biggest things is losing weight. And I think that one of the things that, there's nothing wrong with a kid who comes in and trains really hard and his body loses 5 to 10 pounds. That's what training does. I think one of the negative things is just what's the word I'm looking for? More or less just the verbiage is whenever, you know, you have a kid who weighs, say, 145, 146, and he's going to wrestle 144. He uses the term cutting weight. And losing 2 pounds is not cutting weight. No. You know, what you guys did in the 80s and what we did kind of at the end of the 90s was something that was a little bit different. And now they do all kinds of different things. They do hydration checks, body fat checks.
I got a word for that. Was something around like foolish back in the 70s, early 80s.
Trademark that.
I played defensive end at 165 and wrestled 130. Within like 2 months. You know, it was hard, but that was cutting weight. Cutting weight is putting on sauna suits and going into shower, saunas and things like that. And it's not really what the kids do anymore. No. The kids aren't interested in that. The kids want to get to a weight that's comfortable. They want to compete at a high level. You know, that I don't think that many kids really do it the same way that it was done in back in those days.
Jamie, I got a question for you. Well, 2 questions, because this might lead to my second one. First one is, when you're at Finley, were you coach under Miran Karshilava?
No, Moran was there. I think 2 years before me. His coach John Jeffire was the head coach when I was there,
Okay.
and then due to some family stuff, Coach Jeffire stepped away, and Sean Nelson took over right when I was up there. So I was fortunate enough to have Coach Jeffire and Coach Sean Nelson, in my time at Finley. And what a great time. I was at our team, the North Canton Hoover team, actually competed at Finley High School 2 weeks ago. So I went up a day early. I walked around campus, got a coffee from the student union, walked around the wrestling room. It's a new wrestling room. It's not, it's not the one I was in, but I spent the day, in Roughneck Land and got a little taste of it. I texted a bunch of my buddies. I'm like, I'm headed over to this place right now. I wish you were here. Some of the greatest friends in my entire life are not only the guys that were teammates of mine, but people that wrestling was a part that wrestling brought into my life.
It's like a fraternity.
Absolutely, absolutely. And one of my buddies, his son is here wrestling for CVCA. He was a good friend with one of the Roughnecks at the University of Finley. Was the Zarnecki boy. His dad was a good friend of the Roughnecks, and Rocco Zarnecki is a tough little 6-pounder for CVCA, and he's the prime example. Little freshman, 106. Time to see what you can do. This is a perfect place to find out what you're made of.
Yeah, something like that.
Yep.
That's good to hear, man. So another question then, Finley, as far as NCAA division, are they 2 or 3?
They're 2.
2, okay.
They're 2. They were actually NAIA when I went there.
That's what I asked. I remember they used to be NAIA.
Yeah, they went Division 2. I'd say probably sometime around 2004 or 5, somewhere around then. They've been D2 ever since.
So I know you wrestled when they were NAIA, obviously, and then I had some coaching experience in the NAIA as well. What would you say as far as the different level of competition as far as NAI versus Division 1, 2, and 3?
Some things get in some kids' ways. Maybe it was an injury or something in high school,
right,
and they didn't quite get to that level to get recruited at a high level. Something, maybe it was grades. Maybe a kid got in trouble. Or anything. Or maybe it was a guy like me who was just a one-time state placer, not a state qualifier, but loved that grind.
Right.
But loved that grind and was willing to do it. So when you get to the top tier guys,
wait a minute. I'm going to interrupt you a moment, young man.
Yeah.
I do believe on mat number 3, there's
down
someone
2-0.
Oh, all right. Well, let's direct our attention there, buddy. I didn't mean
he just gave up a takedown right there.
Rolling. He's doing good. That's on there, Tanner, on mat number 3.
Yeah, this is his first time out. He's cradled right now. This is one of those tough weight classes. This is one that has 2 state champs in it, 4 state qualifiers.
Wow.
It's a tough weight class. I don't necessarily think that Tanner is totally in the right weight class yet due to the certification stuff. He should be able to get to 120 by Medina. But he's a scrappy little dude. He'll try hard. I'm super proud of that kid, man.
Absolutely. He's a Fausnight. It's all right. Got to work on those hands a little bit. He's fighting there. He's got that near shoulder trying to keep it. Oh,
there it goes.
Boy. That's all right.
On to the consies.
It's all right. We're going to come back through. I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother.
No, that's all right.
I just saw that. Coach, I got to make sure Coach knows, man.
Man, he had one of those tall kids that got that extra leverage.
Had a West Virginia kid. I don't know. I don't know if that kid was one of the guys. I didn't really look at his bracket. I was too excited to come up and talk to you guys.
No.
Let's see here.
Jamie, question for you. Yeah. We're just running the round of 32 right now, correct? Or
that was returning state champ from Huntington, West Virginia.
That was a returning state champ. Okay.
Yeah, so we can live with that.
We can keep our head up a little bit.
Yeah.
Wow. Outstanding.
But that's what you're here for. That's what you're here for,
That opportunity.
And this is how they grow. If my son is upset in the hallway, I'm okay with that. If he's out there throwing his headgear around in the hallway, I'm not okay with that. The wrestling is a cool sport. This is another one of the reasons why I think it transcends other sports is, that kid just got pinned by a top tier guy. He's got to go into the hallway. He's got about an hour and he's got to come back ready to go.
Right.
There is no time to feel sorry for yourself. There is no time to beat yourself up over, not performing well. You got to just come back out and you got to go again, and I think that that's super important for other sports. And I think it's super important for life. to be able to get knocked down and get right back up and go. I'll tell you right now, in some of these weight classes, everybody's going to be all excited about the kid who takes first place. But there's going to be a kid that in this tournament that loses in this round, that comes back and wrestles all the way back to third, and that shows character. That's more than just elite level. That shows what kind of a person somebody is, and it's almost more impressive when people come back and take third.
I agree. Yeah, that's character building 101. Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, what is the thought process going through your mind? You get down that first round, and you got to now wrestle. How many matches to make it to that blood round?
Well, you can't think about how many matches it is. It's almost like that that NFL thought process. You got to go 1-0, 16 times. 1-0. In tournaments you talk about there's no such thing as an ugly win. There's no time to feel sorry for yourself. You have to have short memory. And you just get up and go. You just put yourself back out there and go. You got about 5 minutes to get over it. And that's, I'm not just dad talking about my son right now. I'm talking, that's a coach's mentality about every kid out here that's taking some lumps in the first round.
Makes sense, yeah.
In 32-man brackets, there's 32 kids that are going to lose in this round in each weight class.
Absolutely.
Right? No. There's 16. There's 16 kids. I knew that math wasn't right. I know you guys aren't going to bring me on for my math skills. Hopefully,
this is not a math class. All right, don't worry.
I was hoping because
you keep me off camera, and
the
looks won't help. They aren't going to help me either. You get beat up in this sport. It's a little punchy these days. But yeah, that's what this tournament is for. You like Coach Coleman said, you do go to places where anybody can go. My son could be at a JV tournament right now and go there and take first or second place, making the mistakes that he still makes. I'd rather have him come out here and wrestle like a top tier guy. Even if he goes 0-2, he gets to wrestle at a top level, at a varsity level that he can be proud of no matter what happens. And that's the same for any kid that would wrestle under me.
Absolutely.
Well, they always say, would you agree with this, that we learn more from our losses than our wins?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to, like I said, you have to put yourself out of your comfort zone, or to figure out how tough you really are. Anybody can be tough when they're in their little bubble of safety. Right. When you get outside of that bubble, that's how you find out if you're a tough person or not.
It's like we were talking about earlier, that grit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
That's when it's you versus yourself.
And to me, that's what I always preach to the kids is the comfort zone thing. I've said it multiple times here tonight, but to me, it's like, I had a kid a long time ago that was just inducted into the North Canton Athletic Hall of Fame named Alex Ramsey, and Alex was the best athlete I'd ever coached, and he would win sprints effortlessly. He'd win every sprint, and I'd go over and talk to him, and I'd be like, "You're not that kid that's in fifth place is training way harder than you are. Just because you're fast, it doesn't mean you're giving all your effort.
Right.
And you can see it in somebody's eyes, and you can see it when they do push themselves out of their comfort zone. Your comfort zone is just a little circle around you, and the more you spend out of it, the larger that circle gets. And I've said it before that you can almost just take two kids, put their foot on the line before the whistle starts, and the kid who lives in a bigger comfort zone is going to win that match. That's just the way it goes. And so your training is all about making your bubble bigger.
The mental aspect. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's the key, right? I mean, our sport revolves around three pieces: physical, technique, and mental.
Yeah.
And that mental side, again, kind of what you're saying with that comfort zone is so important. Guys, looking down on mat number one, Wadsworth Grizzly down there, Cade Mellon, a name that we've, heard many years there. A little injury time. I think it may be just a cramp. Looks like injury time has stopped. We're back to live action. Can't quite see the score, but I did see a couple tilts down there. Did a nice job. I think he's quite in control. Time runs out.
I would probably say that in the 62 or 63, I forget, 62 seasons that we've had this tournament, Wadsworth has probably won this tournament the most times.
Oh, okay.
I don't have the accurate number, but I'll tell you, I bet they've won it 25 times. They're always a serious competitor. They run such a good program, a good, clean program. Coach G, who built this program,
Johnny G.
he's one of my all-time favorites. And when I was a young coach,
yeah.
when I was a young coach coming up, and I was 21, 22 years old, sitting in the chair across from him, and he was always completely respectful to me. Like, you know, there's some guys that'll be like, oh, who's this kid out here? But, you know, he would take you under your wing, and he would talk to you as just another coach, you know, and I learned a lot from just watching him, how to talk to the officials, how to handle, you know, there's going to be times in the match where you disagree, and you got to go over to the table, you know, and Coach G can get wild. He can get loud and get after those guys, but you know,
no way.
But you know, there's a time and a place, and there's ways to handle your business, and he's definitely one of my a guy that I've looked up to. I never competed for him, but he's someone as a coach I always looked up to.
Like a mentor, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coached with John back my first year teaching. When I come out of college, went over to Wadsworth for my very first year and was there with John. Was that 1985, right? So I'm not sure that was his first year at Wadsworth or second, but yep, had that year with him. Then went back over to the Norton Panthers and competed against him quite a bit after that. But yeah, great dude. Love John, and see him every once in a while, and hopefully we'll get him on a Stark Media broadcast here. And
that would be excellent.
Share some fun stories. Well, Matt, number 2 guys, I see have a Stark County guy down there, Louisville wrestler. I do believe that's Tanner Frank, 138-pounder.
Moving right through this tournament today.
I'll tell you what, we have 2 mats going behind us. Oh, there's the Jackson Hoover match right here. That's a good one. Pasek from North Canton. I'll tell you what, he's one of the hardest workers in our room. He's a good kid. He started in 7th grade. Little funk roll that I showed him a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a rivalry match. It's all good fun, man. You know, and that's what's cool about this is, you know, these are 2 kids that may see each other 2 or 3 times throughout the season, and you know, whoever the winner is, you know, good for him. But I'll tell you what, the loser is going to be motivated when he walks off this mat, and that's what makes us all better. You know, as opportunities like this to see each other. I don't know what the score is down there.
Score, yeah.
I can't see the score from here, but
I don't know. Did he get?
I don't think he scored there.
He scored there, yeah.
Tables underneath us, yeah.
Yeah, Owen's a kid that he, like I said, it takes all different kinds of kids that find this sport and find passion in it. He started in 7th grade, and he instantly started to really enjoy that grind. And there he's about to score now. There's the takedown. And like I said, he's just a good kid. He puts a lot of pressure on himself, and he uses that in the room. There, count those.
Yeah, it's Austin Phelps for the Polar Bears there.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That's not very good home cooking for a North Canton kid right there. I'm not the only one that saw that. You know, I'll be as unbiased as the best of them.
Can't see anything.
Tell you what, James, looking over here.
Yeah, we got the North Canton kids all over the auxiliary gym.
You got to be feeling good, huh? A lot of orange and black down there.
You know, we have a team with no seniors this year.
No kidding.
No seniors. Yeah. We do have two of our really good kids, unfortunately, were injured. One of them was injured in the last football game, and the other one was injured during football season and then re-injured his foot during AJ Dahl for returning state qualifier, freshman state qualifier, re-injured his foot in the scrimmage. He's a legit
Brian's son.
Okay.
Yeah. Now he'll be back.
I don't know. I think he'll be back this season. Okay. But you know, he's a sophomore, so it's more about making sure that's not a reoccurring injury. You know, we just want to make sure he's healthy and he can come back and wrestle.
Well, guys, looking down, you guys are kind of watching behind there on the.
It's everywhere. Wrestling's everywhere.
It is. Just put me on one of those lazy Susans. Spin me around.
I got you.
Just spin me. But far Matt number 1. I see Coach Petrine down there. Exactly. Tuslaw doing a nice job down there with.
There you go. Drive right over it.
Shout out to Brian Dolfo. Great name in the sport, contributor.
Oh, yeah.
Coach, athlete.
Yeah.
Good friend of mine. I'll tell you what. Brian Dolph is a heck of a wrestling coach. He's a lot of fun to be around. And I'll tell you what, you know, it's unmistakable. There's certain coaches that, you know, their kids wrestle a certain way. You can walk into a gym like this with 37 kids and you can pick out the Dolph trained kids. It's pretty entertaining because they wrestle such a specific way.
I've had people say before to me that best single leg from the state of Ohio was his. So if you're listening in and you're in the chat, please leave a comment. Let us know who you think was best takedown, single leg, double leg. A lot of people have told me Dolph had the best single leg all time.
Brian Dolph?
Yeah.
Brian Dolph is a double leg guy.
Was he a double leg
The
guy?
double leg guy.
Maybe that's what it was then.
Absolutely nasty.
Yeah.
Absolutely nasty. And every kid that wrestles for him absolutely has that same double leg.
Yeah.
Well, James, you're going to be around throughout the tournament for us?
I will be walking around the whole time, taking in wrestling the entire time. So if you ever want me to come up here, I'll be happy to come back.
No, man. We want you to come back.
Absolutely.
You know that. So please go out there, do what you do best. Sneak back up later. I think I definitely will be hearing from you for tomorrow also. Going to be part of that. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Long-time Hoover Viking, great coach, great friend, future member of the Stark Media Wrestling family, Jamie Fausnight. Jamie, thank you, brother.
Thanks so much for inviting me.
Thank you, Jamie.
Absolutely.
Great job.
I swear. It's not bad. Thanks, brother.
Well, I'll tell you what, outstanding gentleman to come up and join us again. Just a wealth of knowledge within the wrestling community. Been around a long time, and again, should going to be a great guy to join us here. But I'll tell you what, talking about great guys joining us, John, we have another great guy just stepped up and got the headgear on. Long time friend. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be a great story here because I'll tell you what, here is the guy that talked about Stark Media Wrestling very first. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce, welcoming us now with us, Mr. Tim Arnold. Tim.
Jimmy.
What is up, buddy?
How you doing, man?
Good.
What's up, Tim?
What's happening?
It is outstanding. Well, I tell you what, and I say that so truthful. We've only been at this, maybe 4 weeks, but I'll tell you what, can you share just the story about how, we all know kind of, I always try to let our audience know how TJ and JP kind of got Stark Media going. And of course, they focused a little bit more on the football was their biggest. They did a little basketball, but why don't you take us into how did this come to be?
Yeah. So, TJ and Sam and all those guys over at Stark Media, they call such phenomenal football games. And to listen to them, man, it's like you're on the field with them, it's real. So I got with TJ and over a couple of beverages down in my basement, we got together and I said, hey man, what are you doing in the off seasons now? And he goes, hey, next thing I want to do the diving. I want to do, we do basketball obviously. And I said, well, what about wrestling? I said, I got involved with wrestling when my son was a fifth grader, and it was awesome. So I said, what are you doing with that? And he goes, man, I don't know much about it. And I said, all right, how about this? How about we do a little Stark Media wrestling division? And I'll help you out with this, man. I know some great guys. They'll talk on the radio. They'll do everything we want and get this off the ground. He said, you do all the work, man. You got it.
Wait a minute, you do all the work?
You got it.
You got
he goes, I'm too busy. And I said, all right, I'll help you out there. So, I contacted you right off the rip.
No,
my first guy, and I said, hey man, listen to this. Here's my idea. And here we are. Less than 4 weeks later, here we are.
No, you made that phone call and you told me, and truthfully, I think my wife had to pick me up off the floor because this is truly, and I've said this to John before, this is truly a dream, come true. Love doing the announcing, obviously, but to do that and behind this with the sport that we absolutely love is incredible. Rekindle the relationship. John and I probably knew each other way back in the day, but to rekindle that friendship and to see again, bringing some of the guys out to, bring wrestling in a whole new way, right? As I had shared with Jamie, our goal, right? And again, you've been there from the beginning. Our goal is to turn that radio on in your car, driving home from work or driving somewhere, and you're going to hear wrestling, aren't you?
Absolutely. So they broadcast 99.7 right now, and they do a great job. I wanted the same thing with wrestling, but on top of that, it goes a little deeper because we talk the podcast. My son's a senior this year. 10 years
Well,
from
we're
now.
going to talk about your son here in a minute, brother. Yes, we are.
10 years from now, I want to be able to go back and listen.
No, and I tell you what, and that truly is the vision here, folks, for Stark Media. I mean, you've seen the high school. We tried to get that first middle school bound. That was our first rodeo, and had to work had a little technical difficulty. After the first of the year, I know that we will be going to some of our youth events, right? We're going to be down on a Sunday, and we're going to be doing some broadcasting and sharing there, all the way to the college level, right? I mean, Johnny, I don't know. I think we talked about last week. We are going to be broadcasting I don't want to jinx this because it hasn't been put in ink, but the Division III regionals, we've been at least asked if we would have an interest from Case Western to do the Division III college regional. So
that's awesome.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I know we've talked to Coach Riggs, right, over at Mount Union. After the first of the year, we already we've got some matches scheduled. We'll be broadcasting. So from youth to the college level. And I'll tell you what, we've also talked about, as Tim knows, we've talked about actually taking the show on the road out to Fargo, possibly to the USA Nationals, Freestyle Greco. Guys, I'm going to tell you what, hang in here with Stark Media. We got some big things ahead, don't we, T-Bone?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, man, building these platforms like this, having them here on the YouTube channel, going to that kind of stuff, it's awesome. And we'll always be able to see it. So even, as this season dwindles down and diving starts picking up and track and field and all the other cool stuff, you can still go and listen to this, still go and do this. And that's what I liked about the kind of the divisions of the Stark Media was you have a track. You got Sammy over there on football and basketball,
right.
T doing that kind of stuff, and then somebody just kind of overseeing it.
Well, I think TJ, if I'm not mistaken, Johnny, didn't he go? He's over at St. Thomas tonight.
Right.
So we actually, Stark Media is broadcasting basketball tonight also.
Double broadcast, yeah. Yep. So besides, again, this is what the 66th annual tournament here at North Canton. So this has grown over the years, obviously. They got a team here all the way from West Virginia, from Ripley. So as we see, these matches go on here, just round of 32 coming to a finish. I think in this round of 16 coming up, we're going to start really seeing some more head-up matchups. But on that, Jamie was talking about state, he mentioned a number. I can't remember what he said, but there was X amount of state champs just in the building today.
Eight. I was listening to this on the way over. He said
Okay.
eight state champs and 52
state placers.
State placers or
qualifiers.
Qualifiers, yeah.
Right.
So just to give people an idea of the level of toughness of this tournament, that's incredible. Yeah.
No, like we said, eight schools out of Stark County. Great to see. I think he said eight schools out of state, right, that are coming into this tournament. A storied tournament, been around a long time. Now, Tim, earlier, and again, you happened to mention that young man of yours, a great son, just love him to death. Great job. I met your son Colton years ago. Had the privilege of working with him at the youth level. So he's out here today, isn't he? I think you said he's getting close.
He is. He's got the 4 seed here at the tournament.
Okay.
In fact, the Wheeling Park kid, he's going to run into maybe round 2 if he wins that first one. And that kid's he's got the 3 seed. So the second round could be good.
Yeah, that's where I was going. Yeah, I think the second round is going to be a really awesome level of competition we're going to get to see here.
Absolutely.
Now, I'll tell you what, even though wrestling, I do believe that young man had a wonderful and well-deserved recognition here recently in the football ranks. Did he not?
Sir. So last year he was All-Ohio offensive lineman.
Wow.
This year he gets All-Ohio defensive lineman, and he went both ways for our Polar Bears. And 70 and a half tackles, 11 and a half sacks. The stats are there in the repository. So, yeah, All-Ohio yesterday, the All-Canton repository team came out, and he was one of 4 defensive linemen there also.
No kidding.
Yeah,
Wow.
92 colleges, I believe, have reached out in some form or fashion.
Got to be proud there, Papa.
Yeah,
Huh?
absolutely. Absolutely.
Wow.
He's going somewhere, it's just a matter of where.
Okay.
Coastal Carolina right now is the one. Mount's beautiful, though.
Coastal Carolina.
Coastal Carolina.
Well, I went to VMI, Virginia Military Institute, so that was they were in our league or whatever They
Yep.
called that back then because there was no SEC or anything like that. for
Sun Belt
wrestling.
Conference
so,
now.
Yeah, we kind of like had our own little group. But yeah, I'm familiar with Coastal. Yeah.
Yeah, we went down.
Beautiful.
We went down to the camp down there, and he did well. He did
That's
well.
awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear that, man.
Yeah, right now
Well, then-
he's 8th in wrestling ranked statewide.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
oh, wait a minute. So he's going to be going on to college, as you said, but we're going to probably be playing football. We're not going to put on the old boots, are
So
we?
listen, he does wrestling to stay in shape for football. Football is his favorite
That's
sport.
his pet. Yeah. It is.
No, but see, I'm glad to hear that though, because we were talking about that earlier. What a builder this sport does for
Absolutely.
these athletes, not just in wrestling, but outside of the world of wrestling in baseball, football.
So
and sport.
as I was always told, and now I have learned, if you want an offensive or defensive lineman, look on your wrestling mat. If you want a linebacker, look on your wrestling mat. If you want wide receivers, go find your basketball team. And if you want a great kicker, go look at that soccer team.
Right. Yeah. Well, I coach Little League soccer, and I'll pick out the wrestlers every first week. I'll say to that kid, because there's always that one that stands out. You know.
Absolutely.
He just it's the character in him though. He might not be the fastest kid on the team or have the best footwork, but you see the hard work mentality and the intensity. And I'll go up to that kid and say, "Hey, what wrestling program were you in?" And they start telling me about the wrestling career, and I'm like, "I knew it."
Yeah,
Had
right.
it pegged. Yeah, it's a certain
The footwork, the hips,
Yeah.
the hand placement, the hand fighting. It's all. There's your offensive and defensive lineman.
That's what TJ was telling us. Yeah, he said that every play, and D1, man, hand fighting,
Absolutely.
explosive with your hips, all that movement. It's like it's just like 10 seconds of wrestling. Yeah.
For sure.
Now, if I remember right, we're watching here. I got the camera there. We are going to definitely put Mr. Arnold on there so y'all can see. Should be getting pretty close here. I know I believe you said quad on deck, so he should be getting close.
Getting close. There's a heavyweight down here, and
Okay.
looks like Louisville heavy's getting ready to come up over here
Yeah,
against
with
Lake.
All right, sounds good.
That Lake kid, I think his last name is Miller, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. He was not. I know he was not with us at the preview.
I know it's Ben Brindle from Louisville, for sure. I've seen him. He's a senior.
Yeah, the board has not flipped yet to let us know.
Let's see.
Anthony Miller.
Oh, okay.
Mat number 6. All right.
Now, what's the app you guys are on here? What is this?
This is
It's a
Sakura
secret
Soft.
app. It's a secret app. John, you got to have the secret password, brother.
It's got we're running 9 mats here. So
Well,
it's
this is
got
good, though,
9
yeah.
mats, and then here's who's up. The team. I have shared this to TJ to put on Stark
Uh-huh.
Media on our Facebook site here. It's mine on deck there.
Well, if you're listening in, check out this
It's Sakura
website.
Soft. Sakura Soft
Good way to follow
Systems.com.
this. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And as soon as you pull up the SakuraSoftSystems.com, you'll see the North Canton Holiday Tournament. And then when you click that one up on top, if you just hit the on deck there, it'll take you to what you're looking at here. That'll show you who's wrestling right now and then who's next.
And then I'm assuming this. I know the Sakura family. They were Glen Oak people.
That's him.
Yeah.
Doug right down there.
So I see Doug. Yeah, and Tim. Okay. Small world.
Yeah.
You get smaller every day,
Wow.
brother. You get smaller every day. So, Tim, we talked a little bit at Colton last year. Great job, obviously, with his wrestling. I think he has a couple of records that he's chasing this year, is he not?
He's chasing himself this year. So last year.
Wait a minute. He's chasing himself.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us about it.
So as a junior, Colton broke the Jackson pin record held by Braxton Miller. He had 25. Colton got it last year with 35. When we get to the Stark County Wrestling Banquet, it was a tie for first place with 33 pins. So he got it last year for Stark County also.
Okay.
So this year the goal is 40 for 40. We want 40 pins. It's going to stand for 40 years.
Nice.
Very nice.
Good goal.
And where are we as of today?
Thus far, 5 pins,
Okay.
2 forfeits, and all 5 pins have come in the first period.
First period. Well, you know what? And we talked about, kind of testing the metal, seeing where you're at. I think it's important for for Colton to, a tournament like this, kind of see where he is in the season right now, what he needs to continue to work on. Because even though, again, that pin record will be very important to him, I know, knowing him,
it's way more important to me than it is him.
Is it? Okay. Well, all right. Well,
and it's not even importance. It's Colton's so humble.
No,
and you know that.
Straight up, brother.
So
straight up.
I do all his bragging for him, and that's why he and I just butt heads.
Well, but I know the big thing that he really wants to see himself down to the shot, does he not? I mean,
Absolutely.
Come March, we want to get him down to Columbus.
So coming up through OAC, he was his very first year ever wrestling. He placed 5th at the OAC.
Nice.
And then, he's a 7-time state qualifier now. He had the number 1 seed going into the freshman tournament when COVID canceled it that year. So, yeah, to get to the shot, though, I think that's the culmination point for his senior year.
Okay. Outstanding.
It's a brutal road, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what. So can we leave the headgear on as we're watching Colton, or are we going to be in trouble?
Listen, I would scream. It might be loud. I'll do it if you want it, but I would rather pass this to him right now. And
I think my
let
ears
me go
would like
scream
that
over
too.
here, and
Right.
you never know though. It could just him winking at me, telling me to shut up, and as he's pinning somebody in 30 seconds again. That's the hope.
That's all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, you're going to hear from him again. We can't be more blessed to have him part of our team. We want to thank Tim Arnold again for joining us. Again, part of the Stark Media wrestling family. And truly, he was one of the guys that approached TJ with, hey, how about a wrestling division? So special. And getting ready to watch his son Colton here as our holiday tournament. What do you say, 66th annual? Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct, yeah.
Wow.
Amazing, yeah. That's and I was just looking at it's a return of the heavyweight. I mean, 285 is literally, it's the only weight class I think that has a legit, round of 32 match every single.
Nice.
Yeah, first match.
Not many buys there, and usually heavyweight is one of those brackets. High, low. A lot of times, right? Low guys, up guys. You'll see a lot of buys. But as I look down through that bracket, what do I see? One buy.
Just one buy. Yeah.
We have one buy. 285. That's incredible.
I've never seen that. Yeah.
That's incredible.
For heavyweight, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was 2 Stark County boys down there. That was Louisville v. Lake.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like our Lake wrestler, Mr. Miller, prevailed. All right, there he is, Colton Arnold. He's in there for the Polar Bears, and Colton is wrestling.
Oh, we got it. Okay.
Yep, he is there. Colton Arnold is wrestling from Brush. This is Chase Lawrence.
Okay.
So, again, Colton has yet to get out of the first period so far in all his bouts. So, coming out strong.
Brush, that's up there by Notre Dame Cathedral University in Cleveland, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Good pressure there. Go out of bounds. Here they come back to the center.
I don't see him down there. I remember it was a man named Barry Simon was their coach for years at that program at Brush. I'm not sure if he's still involved. I'm sure he is in some way.
Okay, little throw by there, and he hangs on the head nicely. And Colton has it underneath. He's got that near wrist.
That was clockwork, yeah.
Absolutely. He's got a good pressure on the head, keeping that pressure forward, keeping those shoulders down as he works. Tell you what, Colton, a little bit longer, leaner heavyweight, right? And I see him coming behind that leg. We might see a cradle.
You know what's awesome about this is what we were talking about the Ironman last week. The transformation of the heavyweight weight class. It's no longer watching paint dry. These guys are moving.
Oh, no.
And they're fast, explosive like a lightweight is. So
nice bundle. He's got the head. He's got it locked up far side. Right. He's got that. That's it.
Woo.
And again. So
all right.
That's the 6th match now, not out of the first period.
So he's I'm just because we're talking about his pin record. I wonder how many pins is that for this year so far?
I believe 6.
That's
he's
6 for 6.
I think Tim said
6 for 6 on the pins. All right.
6 for 6 and the first period.
Wow.
Very nice. Very nice. Colton Arnold, Maslin Jackson. We'll be seeing him again as the tournament progresses.
That was nice.
Proud Papa just walked by.
Yep.
Outstanding. Now, looking on the far side, looks like we have over on mat number
5.
Oh, you're looking at 5? All right, I was looking at. I was actually all the way down on 1. I think we got a master wrestler
that's
down
1.
there, right?
Okay. Yeah, you're right. 5's closest to us. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, brother.
Yeah.
You're fine. I got to look at the table, right? I mean, I was doing the same. I'm kind of, Jamie's like, look at the table.
I know. Yeah, that's. I was thinking it's a
Okay.
good thing he was up.
Oh, outstanding.
No, that's that's a round. We're already in round 2. Oh,
Now, is that, are we in the championship or were they going to come back? Are they coming back with a consolation?
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's a good question. Yeah, because
Well, mat number 9, I see that is a 106 bout. And I don't see a time. A lot of times, again, we can determine that looking at that first period. Remember that
you get that
consolation side is first period is 1 minute, right? We go 1, 2, 2. So.
Oh, there you go. Okay, good way to tell it then. All right.
But not seeing it just yet. And we'll try to get that information for you. As again, you kind of watch. Boy, a couple big boys down on mat number 2.
Yeah.
And mat number 4, our heavyweights again. It's what you said too, Johnny. I mean, you don't see, just laying. You see these big boys moving underneath those arms, doing a nice job, keeping that pressure up on top. Whistle blows far side.
Yeah, this is the second, heavyweight we've seen go for a cradle. I mean,
wow.
Back in my day,
no.
We could even, get our heavyweight to try a cradle in the practice room.
Yeah, a lot of the big boys back then, right? Reinforce half, right? They come in there, get that forearm on the back of the head, come underneath of the half, a little bit of a pry action, trying to get that weight moving, if you will, get that chest to chest and try to bring through. But you're absolutely right. And I'll tell you what, I mean, as it goes on, you see some of these heavyweights are running legs. I mean, they think they're 106 pounders, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, they're looking like it out there.
All right, let's see. Looking at mat number 3, maybe we can pick up what we have going there. That's a 1 minute. No, that is 2 minutes. So that is definitely a second round championship side. That's a 2-minute period.
All right, serious question for you, though. Been waiting to ask you this, actually, since I got here.
Really, no, the cowboy boots were actually, no. What's that? They're not that tall, all right? I mean, really, I know I'm 5'1", but seriously.
That was
okay. Serious question. Fire.
I was saving that for tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Well, see, I'm not going to be here tomorrow,
okay.
So I can't join you. So you better hit it now, brother. Okay. You better bring it. Bring it.
All right. You mentioned this at your in the room to the Louisville wrestler.
Sure.
Question is, what's your go-to Christmas movie?
Oh my! You're gonna ask me that question?
Yeah.
Well, if I'm gonna answer, brother, you got to come in. I'm gonna tell you what, man. My go-to Christmas. What was the movie? Which was the one? Whatever the one that had the Heat Miser and the Snow Miser, right? I mean, I know we're going to cartoons, but to me, that was a movie back in the day, right? As a kid. So I don't know if that was Santa Claus is Coming to Town or one of those cartoons, but the Heat Miser, Snow Miser, that was my absolute favorite. In fact, a buddy and I back in 7th grade got detention right before Christmas break because we decided to do the Heat Miser, Snow Miser song in front of the science class.
Oh.
It was a great rendition, did well, came in, did the old dun, 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 dun. We were dancing back and forth. I come in one side, he come in the other. And before you knew it, yes, we were sitting in detention at the end of the day. So, but no, loved it. That's probably one. All right. So turnabout fair play, brother. Where are you going?
All right. So,
don't give me the pat answer either. I don't want to hear Elf or Home Alone. All right. Something else.
I tell you what, if, what's the actor from Elf? Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell.
If he had a wrestling background, I would have mentioned him. But I disqualified Elf because of that.
Okay, all right.
This is kind of, I guess some people probably don't think of this as a Christmas movie, but it's Christmas themed. It's Home Alone, the original with Macaulay Culkin.
Oh, okay.
And the guys.
Wait a minute! I said you couldn't name Home Alone. We had a lot of Home Alones.
Okay, so no. All right. Well,
I mean, if it's your favorite, I mean, what can we say? If it's your favorite, it's fair.
Well, the one actor in it though,
Joe Pesci.
Yeah, Joe Pesci.
Oh, I love Joe Pesci.
from, and I don't know if it's true, but there's a website that has, and if you're listening in, you can verify for me. It has all your
Text us.
Hollywood actors that have a wrestling background of some sort, and Joe Pesci is on there.
He's a wrestler.
Said he was a high school wrestler. Yeah,
I can see that.
and I can see that too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a little short, stocky guy like you and me, man.
Right.
He's probably it, throwing it on the boots, man.
yeah. So yeah, that's
All right. Well, we'll cut back and we'll give that one to you. We'll give that to you. Home Alone, TJ's or John's favorite Christmas movie, primarily because Joe Pesci was a wrestler.
And I asked TJ the question
no.
prior to the broadcast. I
Okay.
think he said Die Hard.
What was it? Die Hard.
Yeah, with Bruce Willis, which that
Wow.
doesn't usually, ring a bell as a Christmas movie, but I believe it was Christmas.
It was during the Christmas time,
Yeah.
right?
So that was
The Christmas party.
the
A lot
setting.
of killing going on, and
Right.
so that was TJ's number go-to.
I think so. Yeah.
Wow, Die Hard.
Yeah.
Little Bruce, the Bruce Willis wrestler.
Oh, he looks like.
Definitely looks like a football player.
Yeah, that's.
Kind of looked like. Wait a minute. No, he kind of looks like TJ back in the day, don't you think? That TJ's a little taller. Man, is he going to get us later?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be here tomorrow. You guys are going to have like a field day. You see it coming. Now, down on mat number 3, looking down again, Stark County wrestler from Louisville. And that looks to be Mr. Wyatt Smith, a sophomore for the Leopards. And a nice arm bar there. Might want to try to flatten him out a little bit, but he's going to try to run it. There he goes down. Got that far wrist. Arm bar, near side, goes back to the wrist. He's going to try to run it. Here we go.
I tell you what, I know this about the Louisville wrestlers because just moved back up to the Canton area from Louisville.
Okay.
And one thing I'll say, I'd see the wrestlers out, 6 a.m., making a lap down to the high school.
Really?
Running back, because a lot of them lived in the same neighborhood as me.
Sure.
And I'd tell that to my boys and say, hey, that's commitment, guys. That's, yeah. I said,
Yeah. I'll tell you what, of
Yeah.
course, and followed up, son of Jeff Coleman, right,
Yeah.
out of Minerva. In fact, I got a
that's
chance
awesome.
to see Jeff at the In the Room session. Great, still puts on the gear. He's out there wrestling. It's like,
does he still roll?
yeah, he still rolls.
Man.
Of course, then he had to make a joke about a step ladder, so I don't know if
Oh.
TJ edited that out. He told me he wasn't going to edit it out. So if you want to have a good chuckle, watch the In the Room. You can hear about the two dwarfs talking about the step ladder.
What did Mike? You asked him what his favorite movie was, and he said Gremlins or
Gremlins.
I forget.
I don't know.
I don't.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Micah, just such a great guy. Obviously,
guy, yeah.
Got to know Micah a lot more as my boys went through the international program with our USA Wrestling. I got to know Micah, through that program. Just a great gentleman. And I'll tell you what, like he said, and I can tell you, he did this work. If any of you are looking for any work to be done around the house, any construction type stuff, Micah has his own company, does a great job. My wife and I could not have been more pleased with the work he did over at our place. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Did a great job. So if you're need some work, look up Coach Coleman over at Louisville. He's your man.
I might be hitting him up here. Yeah.
Hit him up.
Yeah, for sure. It's always good to go with somebody like that too. Control.
And
yeah.
he's a wrestler.
And he's a wrestler.
That's
That's
important.
right. Keep it
That's
in the
important.
wrestling
Actor,
family. Yeah.
Actor,
Yeah.
carpenter, it don't matter. If they wrestle, you want them on your team.
We gotta support each other.
Absolutely. Well, Mr. Smith doing a nice job down there on mat number 3,
I see
commanding 12-0 is our score. So, John, as you look back, and I know, again, obviously no comparison, the Ironman is just in a class of its own when you're recruiting nationwide, right?
Right.
I mean, what are some of your, unfortunately, didn't get a chance to broadcast with you during the finals, had to do a little announcement at the table. What were some of your takeaways from the Ironman?
It's the unknown factor there is incredible to me. Like that kid from Melissa, Texas, Ferrari.
AJ Ferrari.
Yeah. I don't think anybody knew that, we knew that was good. We've seen his record and everything, but until you actually, see if you're in that top 4 at the Ironman, you're the real deal then. But that's it's an interesting tournament because of that, and I think it's so early.
Correct.
Yeah, and so to see these guys perform
in that shape, right? In
Yeah.
that condition level. I mean, you're talking about some of those guys wrestling, the level of competition. You and I were both amazed when we saw, our state champ from Louisville, Mr. Hoover, is in
Go
the
at it
consolation.
with another state champion.
Exactly. Round two, we've got two state champions,
Duking it out.
Bishop Hartley, Louisville, bam, round two. I mean,
you made the comment that we're not even in the blood round yet.
No.
This is happening. Yeah,
that was a blood round.
that was
My
a blood.
goodness.
Yeah, the second round's a blood round at the Ironman. Yeah.
Guy comes off. Is this it? No, we got a ways to go yet, buddy. Yeah, it looks like Mr. Smith victorious down there for the Leopards.
He was. Yeah. I see the whole staff down there at Birkenbau. He was one of my boys' teachers.
Really?
There at the elementary, and Rocky was too. Rocky had one of my kids,
Oh, okay.
or a couple of them maybe. I think he might have taught one of my daughters and my son. Yeah, so
I got you. Well, I'll tell you what. I think you heard that in the room session when Michael was talking about. There he has his dad, former head coach. You got Coach Birkenball, former head coach. Rocky Laughlin, former head coach. I mean, you're talking about guys with years of experience. On your staff, preparing you as a young coach and your team, to be who they are. So
well, and then to speak on, remember me and you were having this conversation at the Ironman about the evolution of wrestling and that
correct.
The secret sauce is out.
Secret sauce.
Well, I think that's why though, because we're talking, program like Louisville, and it's not just them, but I think a lot of gyms are now, having that same. If you go around this gym today, same thing. You're getting coaches with years and years of experience behind them. So glad to see that.
Now, I'll tell you what, as we look down, I believe on mat number 1, we got a Jackson wrestler down there. That's Cooper McKinney Jr. for the Polar Bears. McKinney's been around the program for quite a while, and there's another one yet coming. I think he's in 8th grade. His younger brother had a chance to coach all those guys. Nice job. Nice little throw by for Cooper. 2 points for the takedown. Got a nice tight waist in there. Now we'll keep our eye down there on that. We got the camera on that. A little bit down there, but I think you can see it pretty well. Go out of bounds. Here they come back to the center. And he is wrestling a young man from Watkins Memorial. That is Devin Nicodemus, a sophomore.
That sounds familiar.
No, I didn't say Nebuchadnezzar. I said Nicodemus.
Oh, okay.
That was the problem.
That was
too many syllables in that bad boy.
That's glad you said it.
yeah. He's got the arm bar in, doing a nice job, going for that far wrist. Well, I tell you what, and a few years ago or a few years back, right, we started seeing a little bit more of that arm bar half combination. And I don't remember that so much back, if you will, in the day as we talk about. But I'll tell you what, that is tight. If you got the body structure for that, again, got a nice job on that arm bar, far wrist. He's going to run it. He's up a little bit too high. Kind of wants to settle back a little bit, I think, on that as he's bringing it. Going to keep that good pressures. Trying to wait for that body to pop. Man, the official's got the swipes. He looks like he's broke the plane there that he needs to see.
I think old Nate Carr brought that back, man.
Did he really?
Yeah, because I remember he was down at Dayton Christian, I believe, for
Dayton
some
Christian.
time. And
yep.
I remember seeing those kids out the state tournament running that series like that. And then, when he came up here to Maslin Perry High School, not only, was his boy doing it, but, he had that, most of that team following suit. That was their go-to pinning combo. Or, well, it was like I think it's like a full series, almost like how Dake runs his tilts.
Right,
and
absolutely.
claw rod, yeah.
You started with that arm bar. There's so many different ways you can go, near wrist, far wrist. And then all of a sudden you slip that half Nelson in and you start to run that up over that far shoulder. And it's like, you're going to go over one way or the other.
That or lose.
It's either that or you're going to lose your shoulder.
Yeah.
I mean, take your pick.
Right.
We're going to go back to their feet. Second period. McKinney in the lead there. I believe 5-0 our score. Nice job into a single leg. Has it up.
Nice.
Looking to sweep. Drops it out. And 2 points on the takedown. And again, right into that nice tight waist, near wrist. I'm going to bet he's going to go right back to that arm bar. Great success in the first period with that. Far arm is popped. And that's what they're looking for, right, John? I mean, as I'm looking down, you got that arm bar. Now, granted, he's up on his knees, but, when they pop that arm up, that's when you start thinking, okay, we're going to bring that half in on the other side.
Well, it's a win-win if you're the guy doing it. Yeah.
Hoover got some good head pressure there. Again, he's got that wrist trapped underneath, working on top of the forearm in the back of the head. Good pressure.
Now, here's something. If you're just tuning in, and we're talking about this format there from us with the Jackson wrestler.
Right.
But they're in the middle mat that just started. A lot of people, that are new to the sport, or they always ask me about the singlet, like with the T-shirt or
the Wadsworth boy.
Yeah, what are they?
The two-piece?
Yeah, the two-piece. Is that
yeah, that's a two-piece singlet. And in fact, I was just going to draw attention to that match again, as Jamie had shared with us earlier. Right, Wadsworth, perennial favorites here at the North Canton Holiday, and for the Grizzlies on the mat right now, that is Louis Schaefer, a senior, wrestling young man from Benedictine. His name is Xavier Thomas. And again, looking in the chair, if you can see down there, you talk about father-son, right? There is Coach Winger, right? And his son right next to him, Clay.
I know Clay.
Yep. Wadsworth, great. Did a nice job there with the Grizzlies. And now both of them, Coach Winger, of course, dad, the head coach. He took over when Coach Gramuglia retired.
That's awesome.
And has his son there on staff with him. The Grizzlies not missing a beat. And I'll tell you what, they are loaded. I'm not going to say bear because, right, Grizzly bear, but anyhow, they're loaded.
I remember Clay running, off. He'd have like an off-season wrestling space up there.
They have, I think it's called the Barn, is it? I do believe there's a facility where a lot of the kids go in the evenings, weekends, or in the summer, and just go. And, again, I'm sure some of the names that have been through there, some of the best. And, again, going back to what Jamie said, needing to put in a little bit of that extra time, and that's that fine line, right? I mean, between being a one-sport athlete and dedicating every, all minute, moment in time, versus being that multi-sport athlete.
Right. No, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's that other part of that commitment level. If you are, the single sport in it, good to see. I went up there a few times and took my nephew up, and I couldn't believe all the amount of talent, at something like that. Here we are off season, and I think there was like a dozen state runner-ups and champs in that room that day.
Wow.
On summer evening. I'm like,
wow.
There's a reason why these guys are, at the top. Yeah.
Right. No, absolutely. Boy, I'll tell you what, got a double arm bar in there. Nice, and that'll do it. Louis Schaefer will move on next round. And again, that could be round 2 again of the championship side. We did get a set of brackets to start the tournament, hard copy, but we've kind of been following along now online. And again, I think on Stark Media, we did send the icon, a little QR code that will allow you to do that.
Cool.
And
that's good.
Sikora Systems, Doug Sikora, longtime Glen Oak resident, done a nice job. Known Doug for a long time. Has his own software that he built, and it basically is used throughout many of our tournaments, definitely locally, if not throughout the state.
Well, Doug was my very first wrestling coach.
Get out.
Yep.
Number one,
yeah.
Wow.
Yep, it was Doug Sikora, yeah.
Outstanding.
Yeah, he talked me into it, and
well, he's here. You better go over and say hey to Coach at some point. He's not over there right now looking down, but
I saw him.
You did see him. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Outstanding.
Yes, that's I knew his boy Tim pretty well, and
okay.
They got me interested, and I came out and gave it a try. So that's all it took. Yeah, just somebody, they got me to a practice basically.
Right. The rest is history.
The rest is history.
No, looking back down, Cooper McKinney, I saw his hand raised with a 12-0 victory. He'll move on to the next round. Looking online here, let me see if I can pull the brackets up and see exactly possibly where we are in our bracketing.
And that was at Glen Oaks program, by the way. And speaking of them, I didn't see a presence of them today in the tournament here.
I do not believe the Golden Eagles are with us.
Huh. I was looking forward to seeing a kid from there that was at the Ironman from their team that did, he had some good wins. Batson, I think he was like 160.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nope.
Mr. Batson, a state qualifier. Obviously looking for big things from that young man this season.
Tough kid, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Hammer.
Real. I had a chance to speak with him at the Ironman out in the hallway just briefly, and man, what a good personality and polite, well-mannered individual too. Kind of guy that colleges like to harp on. You know?
Absolutely.
But yeah, shout out to Batson if you know him or he's listening in.
Well, looking on to mat number 1 again, far side, and see another Jackson wrestler down there. This will be Ethan Demos. Ethan, a sophomore, and I do believe that's championship side. So doing a nice job, good pressure there. Ethan, younger brother of Jackson wrestler John Demos, another excellent young man coming out of the Polar Bear program. I believe graduated a couple years ago. And Ethan is wrestling Parker Pecor of Lake Catholic. So out of the Mentor area. He's in on that leg. No points yet. And there's 2. Come out the back door a little bit. Ethan's got to work himself up, get back to that base. And Pecor has that half Nelson, a little spiral half up on top, lets it go. Ethan, nice job coming up, but right away legs slip in. Looking for a little split action there. He looks like he's through the far leg and under the arm. Got that. Some people call it a ball and chain. Some people call it a bulldog. I don't know. What'd you call that, John, when you had that arm through the middle of the legs there, through the crotch? You had the hand connected.
Yeah, we did the ball and chain with it.
You called it the ball and chain?
Yeah,
okay.
I know you're right. Yeah, the bulldog. Heard it called all kinds of things. Yeah.
And that's the thing, as we go along and broadcasting matches, if you hear a move, you see a move, and we call it something different, by no means does that mean that's what it was called. That's just what it was called, either A, when we were wrestling, or B, when we were coaching. And I'll tell you what, have some fun with it. You hear something that, you hear us call it and you called it something different, shout out to the chat, man. Let us know. Let us know what you called it in your room. Going to the second period. Coin toss is made. And looks like
my nephew and his teammates called it something different.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they called it the something scoop, or I don't know.
Something scoop.
Yeah, scoop. If you're listening, ball and chain had the word scoop in it.
Okay, the ball and chain scooper.
Yeah, something like that. I was because I was saying, here's me. I was like, run that ball and chain, and I was helping them coach out Super 32.
Right.
And afterwards, they said, hey, you keep saying that,
Coach.
Yeah.
What's the ball and chain?
Yeah. What is it? Can you take a moment and show us? It's like amazing move. And I showed them, and they went, "Oh, that's the scoop, whatever." I'm like, "Oh well." I'm not
okay, from now on, it's the ball and chain. Forget the scoop. All right, it's not the ice cream scoop.
Well, that's what I told them. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not calling it that, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. You guys call it what you want. When I'm coaching, it's the ball and chain. The wrestlers go out of bounds, far side. Demos giving up that takedown. He is down. Piker, a junior from Lake Catholic. Demos doing a nice job, hustles down. Like to see that wrestler goes out of bounds. That was a big thing I used to coach. I think there's not only just the physical aspect, but also a little bit of the mental game, right? I mean, you go out of bounds. I always used to tell the kids, hey, hustle back, get set quick, get lined up. Don't let that guy breathe. Don't let him think that, that you're tired.
I agree. I think that you're right. There's something about looking the part, or even if you are tired, fake it till you make it. But not only for your opponent, but I think it's something that's good for the official to see in you too. They respect that. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
They might be a little more, lenient on a close call for you. They see you working hard.
I'll tell you what, partner, looking over there, Matt number 2, Louisville, Colton Rhodes. Young man, he did. Had a pin fall first period.
Nice.
Great job.
Kid, yeah.
Against Gavin Gruber from Walsh. I'll tell you what, just a great interview with Colton, his brother Dylan. 2 great young men, great family. Obviously, brother Davin wrestling in college now.
Is that West Virginia? The brother?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell you what, though, it's interesting. Asked Dylan, what his plans were. Dylan wants to go into the trades. Said he wants to be an electrician. Man, I'll tell you what, made my heart warm. Okay. I
Cool.
definitely am one that have a passion for our trades. Ran a trades charter school for a while. And I'll tell you what, we need good tradesmen and women. I tell you what,
I agree.
we are, and my belief is we're a nation in crisis when it comes to our tradesmen and women. So, if you're out there, young man, young lady, you're thinking about something to do, what you want to do, don't push the trades aside. Plumbing, electrician, painter.
Yep.
Every one of our trades needs workers. So
it's a good way to make a living. Actually, one of the listeners just messaged me. His name was Chris Morales. He was a wrestler for Johnstown High School in Johnstown, Ohio, years ago. But that's his career right now. He works in the trades, and
beautiful.
He said it's a great way to make a living. So.
Beautiful. No, absolutely. Now, again, Demos still over on Mat 1, doing a nice job, working hard. Can't quite see what the score is there. Correction, I do see 6-0. He is down, but again, never say die, man. That kid just keeps coming at you, keeps bringing it.
Lake Catholic, that's they've always had a tough program up there.
Always tough.
Yeah.
No, good program. Junior versus sophomore. That year does make a little bit of difference technique-wise as well as experience, a little bit of physical prowess, if you will. And point being scored on the escape.
I got a question for you.
Right.
Maybe this would be a good one for Jamie.
Yeah.
Hear back from him.
Sure.
I just thought about this because the quickest pin award or the most pins in the tournament award. These tournaments still do that? I remember.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what their special awards are. I know that they have had. Of course, the Ironman had 3 or 4 special awards. But we get Jamie back on, or maybe tomorrow we can ask him if there's any special awards to be given. Like you said, fastest pin. We got most pins. We got to watch for Mr. Arnold on that one, right?
Yeah, that's what I just started. Yeah, I was thinking of him.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to check that out. Well, Mat number 1, that bout is finished. Ethan Demos coming up a bit on the short end, but again, I know that young man. He'll keep his head up, and I think we'll see him make some noise on the backside coming through on the consolation.
That's good. Yeah, that's Lake Catholic's always again, like we were saying about coaches. These teams having coaches with years of experience. That's one of those programs that always has.
No, absolutely.
And yeah, it's good to see that.
And it's tough to again. We have 8 mats. I'm looking behind us. We unfortunately can't turn that camera around to show you. See, we have another Maslin Jackson wrestler down there.
We got 2.
Okay. We have Mason Winter down there. Wish we could get that around to show you. Mason Tan. So 2 Masons for the Polar Bears. Mason Tan is up 5-0. And Winters is in the first period. No score at this point.
It's from he's beating a kid from Smithville.
Caden Schaefer
Yeah.
from Smithville. That's Tan's opponent. And Ajan Triplet from Cleveland Central Catholic, wrestling Mason Winter.
Okay.
Winter, a freshman, Tan, a sophomore.
Glad to see that Cleveland Central Catholic team progressing.
Absolutely.
I remember years ago, I think they had actually dropped the program. I'm not sure if it was for finances or for what reasons, or maybe just interest, lack of interest.
Could
But
be.
I remember they came back with just one or two wrestlers, and they had some teachers that had some wrestling experience volunteer, and they rebuilt that program. Yeah, they got like a full squad over there. So.
Nice. Well, tell you what, Coach, they're looking down on mat number 1. I see CVCA wrestler. That's Owen Nelson, a senior. Owen, just a hammer of a young man. Wrestlers go out of bounds. And I'll tell you what, you look over in his coaching corner, and what do you say when your coach is 4-time state champion, Ohio State great Nathan Tomasello, huh?
Right. That's a hard act to follow. That's the general in the building. I always
Yeah.
I say whoever got the biggest accolades in the building is the general. He got the 4-star.
Yeah. 4-star plus 2, right? I mean.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, just a great young man, a great Christian young man, very humble. He was on with us at the Ironman.
That's right. Yeah.
Make sure you check out our Ironman recording. Nate there giving us some Start Media Table was awful exciting to get a chance to talk with him.
I got to say that that whole program's always been top of the line, respectful, and they're always willing to help. Years ago, I was helping out with Louisville, St. Thomas Aquinas, get their program back going, and we were looking, before, like Jamie Fausnight was mentioned earlier about teams working together, before state or sectional. And so we were looking for somebody, to give us, a little practice room edge, prior to that. And CVCA reached out to me. Coach Bergman did, and do that. Or I could send a few down your way, however you want to do this, man. I wasn't, that they called me. Yeah, I was like, wow, thank you.
Wow.
So shout out to Coach Bergman, Smilix, everybody that's been part of that program there. Going back to Joey Bourdoin.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. Yep.
Great guy.
Absolutely.
Last time I seen him down North Carolina.
Was it really?
Yep. We were both in the college scene and happened to run into each other. I believe he was at Campbell University, and we're hitting up the hospitality room.
No.
And
It's always a good place to meet.
Yeah. And I kind of did like went up to him from behind and said, hey, you better watch where I'm going, little guy. And he turned around with the elbow,
Right.
and I jumped back. And he looked at me and smiled. He went, I know you from somewhere.
I know you from somewhere.
I said, yeah, Ohio. You ever hear of it?
Yeah. You don't know that place, do you?
Yeah. So you were right down the street, Wagga Lake Road.
Wow. How cool.
Yep.
Great story. I'll tell you what, Nelson in control down there on mat number 1. Wrestling a young man from North Canton, right? Our host school here. That's Ethan King. Ethan, a freshman. And I'll tell you what, though, made it to round number 2. Says a lot. Again, you're going against a hammer. I know that I'm not really sure where Owen's ranking is. I'm sure he's ranked definitely in the top 10 of the state, if not higher, for his division here this season.
Just a 9th grader, huh?
The boy from North Canton. Yes,
Yeah.
he is.
Is it Kling?
That is Ethan King.
Kling? Or is it okay?
Or did I say it wrong? Is it Kling? You're right. I
It's
apologize. KL. I didn't see that L in there. My apologies, Ethan.
I wonder
Kling
any
family?
relation to the Kling family from Stark County. A bunch of the brothers went to St. Thomas Aquinas years ago. Wrestled and did track and field.
No, if you're out there listening, you got some information for us. We're always open. Appreciate any of the help here. At
Shout
Stark
out
Media.
to Johnny Mo Media. He said he's digging the view. All right. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you. Appreciate that, Johnny Moe. Keep it coming. Keep it coming.
He said Colton gonna get that most pin award.
Colton going after the most pin award. I love it. Well, again, back on mat number 8 as we're going through there. Mason Winter still on top, 6-4. Match not quite over yet for the Bears. Mason Tan is done. I'm going to take a flyer and say he was pretty much in control of that match and victorious.
Got the
Mason making a little close here at 6-4. He's
Yeah.
down. He's got to work his way up.
short time.
And the referee hand is up. Fist shows stalling bottom man. So Mason's got to work up. Whistle blows. I think that does it. I think we're going to see Winter move on to the next round.
Yep. Awesome.
Very nice.
Congrats to the Polar Bears. What is that? Is that 3 in a row now from Jackson we've seen advance on in this championship?
I think we saw 2. I think the Demos young man fell just a little bit short. Did a great job down there on mat number 1. But, yeah, the Bears, young team. Colton, Colton down here,
Colton,
of course.
Yep.
Colton and Cooper probably the 2 most seasoned wrestlers on the team. But, doing a nice job. Coach Hepner, again, always there, bringing a nice program to the mat. And I'll tell you what, talking about programs, while we have a chance, we definitely want to thank, we have so many sponsors, and as this, not only the Stark Media platform as a whole grows, the Stark Media Wrestling division, if you will, we want to give some shout outs real quick to C.H. Valos and Associates, doing a nice job, McNeil and Sons Tree Service, Lindsay's Pizza, another one.
Loving some Lindsay's Pizza.
I know. Don't even start with the Lindsay. I've heard it from you and Brad every freaking time I say that. I know they got a great breakfast pizza. All right, I got to get me some Lindsay's. I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to tell you what, when I get Lindsay's, you guys are going to know. Finally, HereOhio.com. I definitely got to go see those guys, right? I got to get this ringing out of my ears. I'll tell you what, I'm going to give that next one to you here in a moment. Hillshire Clark Electric Company, great sponsor for it. The Eagles, FOE. Number 1 and 90, but I'll tell you another one that just really has to take a little bit of a special. I'm going to give this to you, Coach, at Leathernecks Nation, right, and Motorcycle Club, the Sam Center, and Save 22.
All right, yeah, they got the Battle for Veterans. My daddy was a soldier, so
wow,
yeah.
Thank you to him for his service. Yep. My gosh,
continue even after they've returned home from war, fighting PTSD, health battles, suicidal thoughts, and more. They say every day 22 veterans.
I can't believe that statistic. Can you? I mean, every day 22
veterans, yeah, commit
that
suicide.
Breaks my heart, man.
That's heartbreaking. Yeah. I can tell you from experience with my dad was a Vietnam vet, so things weren't always on the up and up, but it was services like this though that helped them get through each day. But yeah, those are their battle against their demons. And Tom Endor, founder, the Save 22, Tim Arnold, Padre, and all with the Leathernecks Nation MC, and our friends Dave and Brian Bowman, along with Lucia at the Sam Center, are standing up for their own fellow soldiers. And thank you to all our men and women that served.
They're all heroes, man. I mean,
yes.
And I'll tell you what, most of our veterans that we talk to, so humble, but they are heroes. You put on that uniform. Sadly, some that, gave all, they always look to them as heroes, and they are, right? I mean, they are. But I'll tell you what, any of our men and women that serve to protect us, keep us safe, man, they're just nothing, no greater service to society. So God bless everyone. God bless the Sam Center. When I first heard that statistic, when TJ had shared that, I just could not, believe that. Obviously, they're Save 22 veterans, founded in Carrollton, Ohio. And if you know anyone that needs some help, make sure you look it up on the internet. Visit their website at save22.vet. And follow them on the social media, Save 22 Veterans. All right. If anybody needs any help, man, that's the people you want to get a hold of.
Veteran-run organization.
Outstanding.
They offer a number of different veteran therapy programs, from professional racing, fishing, camping, outdoor adventures, or shoulder to lean on even, and ear to listen to. So shout out to them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, looking down on the mat, looking far side. Mat number 1. I see another Louisville wrestler there. Definitely moving right along. I'm take a look at our bout board. Let's see if we can determine if that is a consolation bout or a championship round. That's bout number 160. I'll tell you what, I'm kind of scanning over there while you're looking at it. You need a magnifying glass, dude, to check that out. How's your eyeballs, brother?
I'm testing them right now.
Wow.
Yeah. The true test here. What is it, about 160? That puts us in that's Steubenville. Is that Berkey versus Noviso from that's Connor.
Oh, it's Connor? Okay.
Yeah, from Louisville.
Excellent.
So that's championship, yeah.
All right. Nope. I would think so. Connor, again, young man, gave us a great interview at our In the Room session. Nice job on the double leg. Steps up far side, going to cut that angle. Out of bounds. Official says, nope, he's going to give the 2. So great job. Quick 2. Over here on mat number 4, looks like we have another Louisville wrestler, another one of their state qualifiers. Over there is Colton Barker, John. That's a junior. And wrestling young man from Huntington, West Virginia. That's Ben Barrett, a freshman. And quickly Barker with 2 points again with the takedown. Gives the escape. Back on their feet.
Seeing a lot of representation down there by the Ohio River on both sides of the state there, lines. West Virginia and Ohio. East Liverpool, Steubenville.
Oh, no, I tell you what, West Virginia well represented. They've always been well represented at this tournament. And, of course, they always do a great job. I'm going to move that camera a little bit over to mat number 4. Barker has the cradle in. And I'll tell you what, he's got it tight. Got that bottom knee in the side real nice. Now, even though they're out of bounds, you might be looking at the mat going, well, hey, Jimmy, they're out of bounds. Well, actually, the shoulders are still in. As long as those supporting parts are in, you can actually, not much what it was like in the past. You might now keep wrestler. Nice job. Definitely in control of this match. 7-1 your score. Looking on the far side, I see Novacell is they're stopped there. Looks like they're checking the wrestler from.
Got some blood there, yeah. That's the
Steubenville wrestler. Yep, good call. Steubenville wrestler.
Big Red. Steubenville.
Big Red.
Yep.
Boy, they've had some teams over the years, haven't they?
They have, yeah. Yeah. They had sensational college wrestler, or guy that went on to the college level, do well in D1. Tariq Wilson. Yep.
Tariq. I'm trying to remember. You guys are better with remembering those things than I am. That's Tariq.
Yeah, man, he was
tall,
electric.
lanky, and electric's a great word. Great word for him. Absolutely. Colton Barker going into the second period, and West Virginia wrestler is going to take down. And mat number 3, I see a Tuslaw wrestler. That's Sam Naus for the Mustangs.
It's Jake Pinkowski from Olentangy.
Ooh,
now, is that
nice.
what? Do we know what Olentangy that is? Is that Liberty or?
I think
Lewis Center. Lewis Center.
Okay. Yep.
That's that's a heck of a. Have you ever seen the wrestling room?
I have not. Tell us.
It's looks like it's like $10 million facility or something like that. It's like the size of this building.
The wrestling room itself.
Just a practice room. Yeah, it's just for wrestling. It's not for basketball, anything else.
Okay.
Only for wrestling, and it's set up so that like if they're gonna host a tournament or a duel, they can just like shift the mat somehow with a click of a button. It's all robotic.
Wow.
Yeah, it's even the stands around the mats.
Right.
They can adjust them. Same thing. They can. They have different seatings that they can put it in.
That's amazing.
Yeah, never seen anything like it. Shout out to them for having that. Yeah, that's talk about a way to build interest. You know what? Buckeyes just got a new wrestling room.
Medina Buckeye?
No, Ohio State.
Oh,
a few years
our
ago.
Buckeye. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it?
it is. We were down last season for the Purdue game,
Okay.
and they're typical wrestlers. Buckeye
No.
wrestlers going around
Here
in the
we
cold.
go.
Yeah, they're marketing their full match.
Oh, my
at the
gosh.
football game. Hey, we're before the game. Come watch us. We're
Yeah.
a good show too, guys.
Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like if it's warm in there, I'm in, man.
Oh, outstanding.
Yeah.
Well, those new rooms, I hope they've got a little bit of stabilized aqueous ozone, right? Or a little bit of energized hydrogen peroxide for their cleaning. I'll tell you what, two of the greatest cleaning, chemical-free cleaning products that you can use on the market. One of our sponsors, the Drive Mine Group. If you want some information about stabilized aqueous ozone, a great liquid cleaner that can be used chemical-free, everything from the mats to the wall to your athlete itself. You can actually apply it, to your skin without any damage, keeping away some of the nastiness that our wrestlers go through. And in the air, right, air and surface, but a lot of times in the air, we worry about, the microbes in the air. We've had a really bad flu season here recently. A lot of different teams being hit with the flu bug. I'll tell you what, give Drive Mine a call. Talk to them a little bit about energized hydrogen peroxide. It actually is in the air and mitigates anything in the air and then on your surfaces. So definitely want to keep our rooms clean, our athletes healthy. Nothing that you hate to see worse than when a flu bug or something goes through your team. A case of ringworm, guys are out of the lineup because they didn't have the right stuff, if you will, to keep their athletes and room clean.
Makes a big difference. Yeah, one less thing to worry about too as a wrestler. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yep,
absolutely. Well, Barker again in complete control of his match over there on mat number 4. Take a look here on mat number 3. Mouse up 2-0. Got a little bit of a nice battle going here with the young man from Olentangy. Wrestlers go out of bounds, and the official says 1 point escape. So they're back on their feet, 2-1, 25 seconds remaining in the period. They are on the mat with the Viking in the middle.
Pretty sure these guys wrestled last week at the Ironman over at mat 1. Campbell versus Mellon. Wadsworth versus Walsh.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, already seeing each other again.
Yeah, here we go.
Week 2.
And right now, I believe that score 2-1, 4-1, actually. Mellon up. Couple takedowns for the Grizzly.
I've always, as a wrestler or even an athlete in any sport, to face the same opponent back-to-back weeks like that, I always said that's, even if you won or lost, whatever, it's tough mentally. I feel like that's a real different kind of experience.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you what, back in the day, I can remember guys by the name of Johnny Villamasis, Ricky DeCola, just hammers. And just like you say, because we all go to kind of the same area, the same tournament, you put your foot on the line, and out walks, Villamasis, who's already beat your buns 2 or 3 times. You're going like, really? We're going to do this again? Todd Randall from North. I had several guys through the years that I'd wrestled multiple times and, didn't have the skill set that they had, hard worker, man. I'd run my head through the wall for coach if he told me to. But
Todd Randall was my second wrestling coach.
No, get out.
North Akron.
Yeah.
Yep.
Todd and I wrestled, I don't know, 5 or 6 times. Of course, he was at Akron North. Had some good matches. I can't say that I ever beat Todd, but in fact, I saw him at the Ironman. Got a chance.
That's right.
Said, Todd, I said, you probably don't remember me other than, beating my ass about every time. But, just a great dude and, very good wrestler. Of course, Walsh, longtime Walsh coach there. Coach with Coach Barger, did he not?
Yeah, he was part, when I was at Walsh, he was part of the staff. So I got a double dose of Todd, and then his
nice.
His father, Ned Randall, he used to, drive us to all, tournaments, stuff like that, usually with Barger. And he was also for the bus I rode. He was my bus driver. So
He was your bus driver.
yeah, and
Oh,
he
my
was I mean, of course, I just sit up there with him and talk wrestling
Yeah.
the whole time. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Beautiful. I'll tell you what, John, looking down, mat number 2, I see a Lake wrestler down there, a senior, Gavin Greathouse. Gavin wrestling against a young man from Ripley, West Virginia, Cameron Good, a freshman. And
Gavin got the 2-0 lead early on there, it looks like.
he had that cradle and he took it a little bit too far, almost got himself in trouble.
Yeah, you'll have that.
And he had the choice, second period. He's going to defer to the Ripley wrestler. And Cameron Good, he's going to take down, and Greathouse will go on top. Referee's position. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen watching, the job of that bottom man in what we call the referee's position, sometimes called top and bottom, his job is to escape, get himself to his feet, or possibly create what we call a reversal, to where he goes from the down position, right, switches position, where now he's on top without first getting to their feet and breaking contact. Of course, the man on top is the grind, right? His job is to grind that bottom man, look for that fall, work for the pin. And right now, Greathouse doing a nice job. I don't think he got any back points. Did you see that at all, John?
Didn't look promising, yeah. And we only got one official out there to, make that call versus like last week we had, 2 on each mat. So,
right.
But yeah, again, one of those wrestling gray areas on those back points, but I felt like that wasn't.
No, I don't think he was. Yeah,
it wasn't enough.
I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. There was not, motion did not stop. It was kind of what they call a roll through.
Right.
A lot of times you'll see that official, those hands going back and forth. So as you're looking at the mats, again, Tim Miller, great question, Tim. Thank you for that. I asked that same question, Tim, right? John will tell you early on, I didn't know what mat was what either, and of course, Jamie Fausnight being the friend that he is says, Jim, look at the freaking table. So I know you guys cannot see the table. So to give you a little perspective, Tim, as you're looking, mat number 3 is the mat with the Viking in the middle, the large orange, the Viking head. Far side down beyond that, the mat you can see, that's mat number 1. The partial mat that you can only kind of see that outer edge, just the way we're located up here on the mezzanine, that is mat number 5. So you're looking at mat 1, 3, 5. Primarily, we'll shift that camera view a little bit for you. We're going to move it over to the left. Of course, far mat, that would be mat number 2, mat number 4 to follow. And we're going to swing it around here. We happen to see the big boy, our man, Colton Arnold, right? Colton was on mat number 6, did a nice job. So mat 6, you can see right now, got a little cradle action going, a couple of lightweights.
All right.
Official says that's it. He has the pin. And behind us, unfortunately, that was our mats 7 and 8. And we will not swing the camera around on mats 7 and 8. But I hope that helps, Tim. I appreciate you asking that question. Sometimes we forget when we're up here. So, again, we need your help. This show is for you. This is for our fans. We know that how much you love wrestling, how much we love wrestling. We're open to ideas, open to suggestions, just to bring to you a better product. And, again, as always, want to thank co-owners TJ Downing, JP Simons of Stark Media. Great job, great concept, and it's only going to get bigger. And I'll tell you what, hey, partner, that down on mat number 3, that Olentangy Tuslaw match, the Olentangy wrestler actually went up 5-3, but watch this. Hand is raised, and he did come through, was up, got the pin there at the end. Tell you what, though, nothing to be ashamed of. Great battle.
Way to, represent.
Great battle. It's that $10 million room you talked about, right?
It paid off. so I'm assuming it was at least.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that it may have cost more, but yeah, one of the coolest facilities I've.
No, that's awesome. That's special.
We went down there for a duel match.
Okay.
And we, that's where we got to experience it. We got there a little bit early to kind of get, lay the load of land thing. Took my nephew down there, and it's just kind of, first we couldn't find it because it was. Kind of like its own facility. And we had somebody come and help us find it, and then directed us to, hey, this is it. Tim, if you go onto that Sakura software website, they got on that the bracket on there under North Canton Holiday Invitational.
Right, correct.
If at the top left corner of that screen for the tournament, it says brackets. It says current bracket note, and it gives you a pretty up-to-date bracket in a PDF file there. So that's one way to
Well,
look
and
at
I'll tell
it.
you what, if he hits, staying with that, Tim, if you go to On Deck, you can actually get the wrestler, what mat they're on, who's wrestling, who's coming up on deck. And again, as you had asked about the brackets, as John had shared with you. So, yeah, I'll tell you what, Sakura Systems does a nice job. That's Sikora, Sakura Software. They are in charge of the bracketing and the tournament here for us at the Holiday. Also, a shout out. I was just here, Mr. Arnold standing beside me. He says that Johnny Moe Media, Johnny Moe is the Save 22 Vice President. So, Johnny, thank you for listening. And more importantly, thank you for your service and your continued service for our men and women of our armed services. My gosh, what a blessing you are, your program is. So keep up the great work. Always be a friend of Stark Media. Outstanding. Thanks for joining us. I understand that Tim pointed out to me also that Johnny Moe also has his own podcast. So again, check it out.
That's awesome.
Very, very important, man. Whatever we can do for our servicemen and women, they should be number one always.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm scanning the bout here, brother. I'm on mat number 5. Mat number 5. That's a tough mat for us to see. You can kind of see just a little bit here from Wheeling Park. That's Noah White. Got our Louisville wrestler down there, freshman Bo Nesbitt. So, looks like that match is over. Wheeling Park wrestler with the victory. But again, as a freshman, Bo coming in, nothing to be ashamed of, needs to keep his head up. Again, I know Coach Coleman will pull him aside, talk to him about, those things he can improve. We learned so much, as you said earlier, talking with Jamie. We learned so much from our losses just to make us a better. That young man's got a long career ahead of him.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's not only to have coaches with that experience around you, leading you, but also to have that kind of environment there that Louisville has in the wrestling room. So,
no, absolutely.
Glad to see that.
Looking over at mat number 4 right now, I see a Wadsworth wrestler. And not really sure. They have a score up, but I don't see a score at the table. So I'm not really sure what we have going on there. So I'm not really sure that we had a changeover on. All right, there we go. Set now. The score has been set correctly. AJ Jardine from Wadsworth, a senior, and wrestling a Holt wrestler, Caleb Bentley. I believe Holt out of Michigan, I think.
Oh, I believe so, yeah. It's that Michigan program that comes out. They've been coming to this tournament for a while.
Long time.
Yeah.
Yep, long time.
Yep.
Kind of special years ago when my boys were wrestling. One year here at the tournament, we actually had both of my sons. Josh was a senior, Justin was a junior, and their cousin wrestled at Green at the time, and all 3 of those young men placed in their weight classes. And it was kind of special. I remember my mom, Grandma, right? Grandma's got to go down and talk to the flipping, lady at the table, like, oh, I got 3 of my grandsons, and they all placed. And oh boy. Thanks, Mom. Love you.
No, that's a proud parent moment. Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
get it. Yeah.
Yeah, Grandma was all about it.
Yeah.
And
That's too
she
fun.
wasn't going to leave till somebody else knew about it, too. I'll tell you that.
I had a sibling that I think she was more passionate about my result more than I was. I mean, she would, you'd hear the whole place would hear,
Yeah.
cheering or
Absolutely.
yeah, well, I tell you what, at the same time, she would, if I wasn't winning, she was.
Oh, you let him know that, too?
Oh, she was my worst enemy. Yeah, she was,
Wow.
screaming, I was terrible from the stands and all that kind
Wow.
of stuff.
Coach's sister.
Yeah. Yep. And yeah, she was very involved in learning the sport. So it's funny. You can watching so many tournaments and matches, you start to pick up on rules, names, all that.
Your sister did.
Yeah. Yep. But next thing you know, turned into an expert. Telling people, match predictions, all that kind of stuff. You remember the Brakeman report?
Yeah, everybody knew the break. Wait a minute. She didn't write the Brakeman, did she?
No, but
Oh, okay.
I remember a conversation she had with Brian Brakeman down at the state tournament, and
Wait a minute. She went and talked to Brian?
yeah,
Okay.
and I'm just like walking, covering my face up and walking away like I don't know who that lady is. Yeah, she keeps saying my name.
Yeah. No relation.
No relation.
No relation.
Yeah.
I know she looks a lot like me. Nope.
Yeah, please don't hold against me in your next ranking.
Oh, I love it. Oh, far side, looking at Matt number 1. That match just finishing up. That young man from Massillon, Marcus Frick, a sophomore. Wrestling young man from Minerva, Andy Strader. And Frick just a bit short, 7-6 the final on that. And right behind him, a Louisville wrestler. Cross on the far side of mat number 1 there. Across the way. Mat number 2 should be able to see that. We have a young man from Lake. That's Maddox Harris. Maddox, a senior. Wrestling a wrestler from Huntington, West Virginia. That's Joseph Riggs, a junior. And early on, some of our team scores here. We'll give you the top 7. Walsh is in 7th place right now, followed by Carrollton. 5th place, Mount Vernon. Out of Michigan, 4th place, that'll be Holt. And 3rd place, West Holmes. 2nd place, out of Uniontown, right here, Stark County. The Lake Blue Streaks in 2nd place right now. And leading the way, Jamie talked about it, perennial favorite, the Wadsworth Grizzlies so far in the lead. So it's early. I'll tell you what, it's that semifinals round really that will make or break you. But that's where we stand right now. So pretty exciting, man. I'd like to hear that from the Blue Streaks.
That's awesome. Yeah. Seeing that kind of action from them.
Absolutely. I know that Louisville will be traveling, I believe, to Lake here in the very near future. That should be a very exciting dual match. I'm not sure that Stark Media will be there. We very possibly could be. We're kind of looking at the programming schedule now as we prepare for the next few weeks. I do know that we've had an invitation to go to the Medina Invitational Tournament, December 28, 29. I know that TJ is looking at that, and we'll decide whether or not we'll venture up to Medina.
That's huge.
And
yeah.
That's another big tournament, right?
Big tournament like this, yeah.
Right. Well, I know that he's also talked about the Wheeling Park duels. I know that we have many Stark County teams, local teams that'll be headed down to Wheeling Park in West Virginia. Jackson, I know, will be down there. Great 2-day event. 10 matches. You get at least 5 matches each day. And it's always a great one, good event. So I think we're going to be at one or the other. Either we'll be at the Medina or we will be down at Wheeling Park. So stay tuned. We'll let you know where we will be.
That's good. Either way, it's a win. That's a great tournament. Oh,
yeah, I saw that.
On that back mat,
took him off his feet. Mat number 2, nice job. As always, great analysis. And I'll tell you what, two of our hosts, Jason Atkins, Brad Scarborough, couldn't be with us this evening. Both those guys, of course, officiating. Man, we need officials. We talk about that all the time, the need for officials. But what's really cool when you have those guys on is they really talk through a lot of the referees' position, as far as their positioning, why they're calling what they're calling, maybe what they're seeing, what they're not. I mean, obviously, all of us, that corner coach, we think we see this, it should be that. That's stalling. This is 2. He's not moving. And it's kind of cool to have those guys give their perspective as officials when they're on the mic. So hope those guys are doing great, and I know we'll hear from them soon. Another guy, I think he's going to be here with us tomorrow, another one of our Stark Media team members, J.R. Supis. J.R., of course, football coach there over at Lake High School, dear friend of mine, does a great job, with our wrestling venue. And I think he's going to be here with you tomorrow.
Oh, cool. Okay.
You, TJ, and I think it might be your first chance to meet JR. I think you'll really like him. Does a nice job. So if you're listening, JR, I'm sorry I'm going to miss you tomorrow, brother. But I know we're excited to get you back on the mic.
Very cool. Full house. Wow, that same match down. That's Dublin Scioto on top. Ty Wilson, and he's up against Chase Tomasetti from Smithville. But that kid is lightning to watch from Dublin Scioto.
Yeah, I tell you what, looking down at our chat board again, we really appreciate you guys sharing your thoughts. We'll do our very best to share. So, John, Mike Barros, he says, hey, I'm looking for an AJ Dolph update. And I think you talked to Jamie Fausnight a little bit about that. So if you don't mind, how about sharing with Mike what we know about AJ?
AJ that's Brian's son, right?
Correct,
so
Brian's son. Yep.
He's a North Canton wrestler,
sophomore,
and I'm trying to think. He was what place? Do you know what place he was in the state tournament? Or but tough
I think
kid.
He was a qualifier. I'm not sure that he plays. No, tough guy. But I think Jamie had said that he suffered an injury. He's not in the lineup here for the holiday.
Yeah. He said it might be a while till he gets back, if he does get back or not this season.
Yeah, that was that.
Yeah. But
I think he said he had a foot injury, and of course he's also an excellent football player. I'm not really sure, exactly the extent of that injury, but it was a little concerning when I heard Jamie say that he may not be back for the season. But of course, as always, man, I mean, our athletes, men and women, their health, safety is always job one, number one. We want to make sure they're ready to go. AJ's got a great career ahead of him, both wrestling and on the gridiron. So, we just wish nothing but the best for AJ. And as we hear anything more on that, we'll let you know, Mike. But thank you for the question.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Mike Burrows, he was the expert at the Ironman last week on information.
No, was he?
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
awesome.
He was awesome in the chat. Yeah,
that's great.
Yep.
Yeah, I missed being there with you in that way, but it was cool. I ain't not gonna lie to you. It was cool announcing those guys going to the mat, man. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, that's right, for Wrestling One.
Wrestle One. I'll tell you what, Wrestle One, again, Doug Sikora does a great job here with Sikora Software. I also do some work with Wrestle One tournaments. Chris Kalai, his family, they do a great job. I'm sure a future sponsor for the for the Stark Media Wrestling Division. Chris, of course, our USA Ohio State chair as it applies to Greco and freestyle. So I'm excited that TJ at this point has opened the door for us to, when it's over in March, right, to move on into the freestyle Greco season in the spring. So we're going to be bringing you some freestyle, some international wrestling. It's going to be awesome.
That'll be fun. I mentioned last time we were talking, you asked me what was my favorite style.
Right.
And yeah, if you're not familiar with freestyle and Greco-Roman, definitely check them out. I think I always say, that's my favorite. It's the freestyle because of the action and the activity in it seems to be a lot more exciting for some reason to me. But there's big throws, big points, big moves that happen in those freestyle matches. So if you get a chance, you haven't seen one yet.
Absolutely.
Check.
Well, in another way to think about our freestyle and Greco, right? That's our Olympic wrestling, right? So if you watch wrestling in the Olympics, that is, what we refer to. That's our freestyle in the Greco. But, USA's done a nice job staying on track with the international program. And I'll tell you what, there's some colleges out there I've seen giving scholarships, right, for Greco, freestyle, not just the folk style. So, don't dismiss any of the three styles. Definitely if you've, on your spring training, if you're not playing, obviously we are big proponents on the multi-sport athlete, right? We'd like to see you maybe at track or playing baseball or maybe lacrosse in the spring. But if any of those are not your sport, look into Greco and free. Find a club in your area. I can tell you right now, John, in this area right now, one of the nice clubs that are out there, Coach Coleman, he runs the Samurai Wrestling Club. Been around for quite a while. They do a really nice job over there at Samurai, and I know we'll be in their room down the road as we bring you a little bit of club wrestling. I'll tell you one, dude, I want to do, and I've talked to TJ about this.
Yeah.
The whole USA platform, of course, and you brought up Samba wrestling a while back, right?
Yeah.
I haven't seen any Samba. I can't tell you the last time I probably saw Samba, but I'll tell you what I want to do is I want to have. There it is, brother. You said it. I want us to be doing some beach wrestling, some beach broadcasting, baby. I want to see TJ in a Speedo walking around out there with the microphone, interviewing, everybody. But no, straight up, man. I mean, beach wrestling. There is a platform. We do have in Ohio. We do have a beach director, beach commissioner. I actually was going to apply for that a few years ago. And somebody else kind of jumped in, but nope, we are going to find out where beach wrestling is, and we're going to be doing some. I'm telling you right now, we're doing it.
That sounds amazing. Yeah. I know Virginia Beach, they host a big beach wrestling tournament down there. That's like a national, your East Coast championship kind of thing. Yeah.
On mats or on the beach?
On the beach. Yeah.
No mats.
No mats on the beach.
Okay.
I got some buddies from Great Bridge.
Okay, just making sure they weren't like taking like they do, take the mats out in the football stadium and they have the big, football.
Yeah. I've seen
Lake.
That,
Lake does that, which is pretty cool.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure we're not taking the mats out on the beach. So this is true beach wrestling.
True beach wrestling.
Oh,
yeah.
Dude. We're
sand in the eye. Yeah. It's
wow.
That's a setup.
Well, I'll tell you what. I've already talked to Scarborough and Atkins. Right, they're going to officiate. And they're going to be in black and white striped. They wanted to go like the long. I said no. We're going to go black and white Speedo. Sorry, that's just the way it is. So
no cutting corners.
No. There will be no cutting corners. Absolutely not.
If you're going to the beach, you got to go all out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're a Stark Media, man. It's either all or none. There is no in between.
That's next level broadcasting right there. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank God they have radio.
Absolutely.
Oh, I love it. Pablo says John loves Speedo. So, all right. So be it.
Shout out to Pablo Velasquez.
That's right.
Yeah.
Pablo jumping in there. Love it.
Yeah. And thank you, Pablo, for, mailing me the what was it, like a 12-pack of men's Speedos. I definitely look forward to wearing them when the weather breaks. So.
Wow.
Yeah. Nice guy.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't be bringing them to the beach matches, man. All right, mat number 4, man. We have Dominic Hoover, the state champ, returning state champ from Louisville, senior. Great young man. Had a great interview with him in our in the room session. Oh boy, he goes right to work. Quick takedown for 2's. Got a nice
Look at that tilt.
wrist and
Yeah.
tilt.
Oh,
Hips
my
are tight.
goodness.
Comes back out, wants to break that. Does. 3 points. Gives the escape. They're back on their feet. Just like that, 5-1 your score. In quickly on the shot, wrestling a young man from Holt, Michigan. That's Carter Hodges. Carter also a senior. And not before Dom. Nice job. 2 points again, 7-1 your score. And Pepe wants to know if it's a small for you, brother.
Yeah, that should work out for me. I haven't hit the gym hard yet like I wanted to this year, so especially legs. So just been all upper body, bench, curls. But
Yeah, we're talking Speedos. We're not talking about the 2-piece here, dude. All right? Not going 2-piece. So, Pablo, you're spot on, brother. John says small will work. So, good call.
Good looking out, Pablo.
Yep.
Good looking out.
Good call. Absolutely. 10-2 your score. Hobart, nice job. Keeping those feet moving. Good pressure in, nice on the single leg. Switches off. Crosses over to the double just like that. 2 points. 12-2. First period.
Speaking of freestyle wrestling, Pablo Velasquez, he was San Juan, Puerto Rico freestyle champ.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Back in his day. Yeah.
Wow.
Just shows, wrestling community. We're everywhere.
No.
Yeah.
Like fleas, right? We're just like come out of the woodwork. Like here they come. Here comes the wrestler. But we talk about this all the time, right, John? It's just the word family. I mean, wrestlers, we're a family. I mean, you find out somebody wrestled, and right away there's this whole another level of
Yes.
respect, I guess, that happens, right? Again, for me, all you got to say is service. I was in a service, and I'll tell you what, you are now up on the pedestal. Right behind that for me, you're a wrestler. You know what? If you've been in that room, if you've busted it like all of us have, you know what? Got a lot of love and respect for that.
See that a lot. I was at the Belden Village Mall the other day with my kids, and
Visiting Santa Claus again?
yeah, I went round 3, Santa.
3 times.
Had to go for a third, get one in right before
Okay.
big week. So
Good call. Good call.
Yeah. And
I suppose that was that the one in the
there's
small Speedo outfit or not?
Right. Yeah. Well, that's why I want to get back to him was on the size change. Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good
so
point.
I didn't want to get the wrong gift and have to go back for the return process.
Gift that keeps on giving, brother.
Yeah.
You know how it is. And Hobart, again, nice job. Pin, second period. I tell you what, definite semifinals.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be exciting to see him in the finals, man.
Hobart, yeah.
I'll be texting you. I'm going to be down in Columbus tomorrow.
All right.
But I'll be watching. I'll be listening. And you have to tell me how that goes. So.
Yeah. You know what I liked when I was watching your In the Room segment with him, his response to your question about what does it take to, compete at this level. And, man, his answer was spot on. He was talking about, the outside the room commitment, in the classroom commitment. I mean, he nailed it, man. His answer was spot on.
And how exciting, right? Going to stay in the state of Ohio. He's going to be a Bobcat.
That's right.
Wrestling at
Ohio
OU.
U, yeah.
Right? Going to be down there.
Down in Athens.
Yep. Going to be exciting to watch him progress.
Old Ohio University coach Harry Hushka.
Oh, the Hushka half, baby.
Yeah.
The
Shout out to him.
Hushka half.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I was down there, guy by the name of Jake Percival.
Okay.
We're talking with Coach Harry Hushka, and he told us a story about how serious he was into the cartoon, The Roadrunner. He said this was, back when, you only had one TV like in the dorm room lobby kind of thing.
All right.
And he said there was, he was sitting there watching. He, started it, and if he starts it, he said, I got to finish it. I got to know what happens to, Coyote.
Oh.
Because he said he was a big Coyote fan.
Ah.
He was always hoping, Coyotes.
Always for the underdog, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and so he was, he said that was the wrestler in him. He said some guy came in and put the ball game on. I was like, oh man,
Oh boy, I don't think I'd want to be that guy.
Yeah. So what'd you do to him? He said, well, did what any normal person would do. I took the TV and I threw it through the window.
What any normal person would do. Okay, well, there you have it.
That's what. Yeah, that was his. Yeah,
that was the response, huh?
Yeah. Well, we had went to he had a cabin out there in Athens, and we're visiting with him, and we changed the channel to put the game on. It was a bowl game.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, and that's when he said, well, before you do that a second time, let me share with you my passion for
let me
my
share
rules.
a story.
Yeah, you guys can interpret it the way you want.
Wow.
Yeah. I was like, oh, we won't touch it again.
yeah. You win, Coach. We're good.
Yeah.
Wow.
That guy had the
great story.
Master grip.
Oh my.
There's the Danny Hodge that does the famous, crush the apple out the Tulsa Youth National Tournament.
Right.
Hushka could do that too. I mean, he did a little. I think he was more impressive. I mean, he was. I always said when Hodge would do it, it looked like it was,
a little bit of cut, cut here and there, a little,
Like they hollow that thing out for him, or
yeah, exactly. This is full of worms, maybe.
Yeah.
Nah, Harry. Never got a chance to meet him personally, but of course, the old Huska half, buddy.
Yeah. That was Coach Bill Barger's go-to thing. He'd yell from the corner. He never said much, but you'd hear him say, F, F, F. Yeah,
Side mat one. That match is over. Wrestler from Edison, Marcus Medina, and coming victorious over Mason Mitchell from Mount Vernon.
Set Matt. I'm looking for Matt 2. Is
Matt
that double
2.
Scioto again?
It is.
Man, they got some bigger guys that I can tell are drill partners by the way they wrestle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a, we've talked about this so many times, and every broadcast, I don't care. We'll talk a little bit about it, the importance of that drill partner, that person in the room that you work with every day. They can make or break you. And that's why you'll see many times, on the run to the shot where, certain schools, you always see two wrestlers right there progressing through the tournament, making their way to the tournament because they are working each other over every day in that practice room.
It's a commitment. Yeah. You're exactly right. The guy you have is the guy that pushes you. It's your it's really what not just during the season but off season too. I was talking about I don't know who we're
Now looking at mat number 3, that's the mat with the Viking head. Wadsworth wrestler coming out on top there.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And again, we had read to you a little bit earlier, the Grizzlies, of course, so far in the lead here at the tournament. And they are rolling along as they do each year.
And then if you're following this too on the SakuraSoftSystems.com, there is a heading at the top underneath brackets. It says team scores you can tap on, and they did just update it. Heads up if you're listening.
Back to mat number 3. from University School, Caleb Kirkpatrick, a senior, wrestling a wrestler from Dalton, Ohio, Grayson Siders. Grayson, a junior. 0-0 our score into the first period. This to be championships tie. We're 2 minutes in the period. Therefore, we are still looking at the championship.
These guys are definitely going after it over here on that far mat.
Mat number 1.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I'm glad you directed my attention that way, because on mat number 2, looks like we have a couple of Stark County boys there, right? I think that's going to be Cooper McKinney, a junior, wrestling Devin Vaness, a senior from Tuslaw. So let's keep our eye on that. Let's move our camera a little bit that way. McKinney is in purple and white. Tuslaw, of course, with the big T on the back in blue. And see what we got going there.
Massillon versus Massillon, right?
Absolutely.
And then
Massillon and Massillon.
Heads up on the team race.
Where we at, brother?
Louisville bumped up into the 3rd spot up against Lake.
Uh-oh.
Just 5 points behind.
So Lake still holding on to second place.
Yeah, to Wadsworth, yeah.
Excellent.
Yep. Stark County representing.
There you go,
2
baby.
teams in the top 3.
There you go.
Yeah. Shout out to Stark County wrestlers.
Let's go, baby. Keep it going there. And again, McKinney, Vaness, mat number 2, first period. Both sizing up. McKinney in on the double leg shot. Vaness with a nice hip in. Cooper has that arm trapped. He wants to hang on to that. That arm release, he's going to be in trouble to give up 2. Official says, nope, potentially dangerous. Again, as you're watching that official, when they put their hand behind, kind of tap their neck or put it behind their head in that way, basically saying that the move, the situation that the wrestler's in could cause an injury. He's going to stop the match, and always on the better part of valor and safety for our athletes. I see our boppers out, short time on mat number 2. And on the single leg, that's Vaness. Will he be able to score here? McKinney, and no, time runs out. Cooper hanging on.
Saved by the bell.
Saved by the bell, baby. You ain't lying there. Coin toss. Choice goes over to Tuslaw. They're going to defer. Remember, on that coin toss, that wrestler that wins the toss has 3 options. They can go top. They can go, actually 4. Top in the referee's position, bottom in the referee's position. They can go neutral, both on their feet, or defer, give choice to their opponent, which allows them to have choice then in the 3rd period. And that's what Vaness did. And McKinney, he went into the referee's position. Wow, you're right. Off the mat they go into the hardwood. No points. McKinney is still down.
These guys are brawling. Yeah, I like to see that. This is it's getting real fast.
McKinney's job, of course, down there, he wants to get to his feet or work for the reversal. Vaness, he wants to work that grind. He wants to get that. He's got the arm bar in now. Hips are tight. Going to look for a wrist, I'm sure. Near wrist or far wrist. A lot of times, a little bit more stocky, compact young men, they'll look for that far wrist. Sometimes hard to get around that waist to get to the near wrist. He does have the far wrist. He's going to walk it. Boy, McKinney's in trouble here. He's got that over, and that'll do it. Vaness takes it over with the arm bar, far wrist.
That pin combo we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And nicely done.
Wow.
Vaness to move on. McKinney will go down into the consolation.
Best part about this sport, that pin.
Oh, man, that's what you work for, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's no sport has that.
That is the ultimate finish.
Yeah.
Is the fall.
If you're behind in football, 40-0, 4th quarter comes along, pretty much game over.
Right.
Yeah, you're not putting up 40 points.
Nope.
Can't pin them. Yeah, I can't pin them.
Can't pin. Nope, not going to pin them.
Can't pin them. Yeah.
The beauty of this sport. So many things about wrestling that, I'm sure every sport will say, hey, nah, it's the best out of our sport. Nope, that's better for our sport. But all around with the conditioning, both the physical conditioning within the weight room, the conditioning of the wind, if you will, or your respiratory system to try to get to that 3rd period. talked about that in one of our broadcasts before. I'm sure you and I both talked about when we coach. You coach for the third period.
That's right.
You condition for the third period. You wrestle in the practice room for the third period, because if we walk in the third period, that period's my period. And so you got the physical side, you got the technique. We have to learn so much technique. That's the other thing too, right? You got to learn both the offensive side of our sport and the defense at the same time. It's an action-reaction sport. The action from one creates a reaction from another, which it just continues to go. So it's not one side of the ball. You better know both sides of that, offense, defense, when you're out on the mat. And, of course, I think one of the biggest parts of the complete development of the full package is the mental aspect of our sport. All sports, of course, very mental in nature. But I'll tell you what, make or break everything right between those ears.
Absolutely. And then just attention to the Viking mat there, mat 3. Shout out to fellow Lowery, Hunter, down there representing.
Ooh. Where's that?
Got the big lead right now.
It's
0-0. Actually, I thought he took the lead.
Is that a relation?
No, no relation, but spelled the same way, which is.
Well, maybe it is a relation.
It's a possibility. Yeah.
You know what? Have you done that me and 23 or 23 and me or whatever that is?
Yeah. I got one. Somebody gave me one of those just recently.
You haven't done it?
I haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
I got to bust it open and.
Yeah, get on it, brother.
Yeah.
Get on it. Find out about it.
That'll be good to do. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't that be a quinky dinky if that turned out? I'll have to get back to you on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to hear about that, down the road, one of our broadcasts, once you figure that all out. I found out I was from Madagascar.
Wow.
Yeah. Not really, but
right.
It's not good. It's a lot of syllables. Madagascar. Now my daughter did do that. I'll tell you
always Madagascar.
Yeah. Okay, escargot. No, let's not even go there. All right. Yeah. Yeah, boy. No, actually, my daughter did do it.
Look what you did.
Yeah, I know, right? That's it. Okay, TJ, thank you for the opportunity. We'll see you next time around.
It was. Oh man. No, very cool though. You got that I keep getting stuck on this far mat over here.
That's all right, mat number 2.
That's mat 2. Okay.
Right.
Is that in the is that brush?
It is brush versus Walsh.
Yep.
And I'll tell you what, right next, mat 4, coming down just a little bit. Again, the Grizzlies representing Brendan Bartlett, a senior, and Cleveland Central Catholic, man, like you talked about, Brandon Bruce Bay, a junior.
Wow.
So again, I believe that is championship side. That's great to see.
Yeah.
Like you talked about, Central Catholic, coming back as they've done.
And going toe-to-toe for Wadsworth boy.
Hanging right in there with the Grizzlies.
I like that 2-piece thing.
I knew you were going there. I was going to just about to. Yeah, I know. Hey, Pablo, if you can't get any more Speedos, John would be open to a 2-piece. I mean, like 2-piece wrestling outfit. I better clarify.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could handle John in a 2-piece bathing outfit, but stranger things have happened here, folks. I mean,
that's true. Yeah.
It's early in the Stark Media career.
Well, get a matching one for TJ.
Oh, I did mention, TJ and his Speedo, and Tim shaking his head vehemently saying, no, please no. Not really sure how he feels about Tim or TJ in a 2-piece, but you know what? Whatever it takes, right? Potato, patata.
That's right. Yeah. It's welcome to 2022.
Yeah, exactly. Not sure if that's a he or a thee or a wow. I don't know. All right, far side, far mat number 1, 157 pounds. We have one of our host wrestlers there from North Canton Hoover. That's Cooper Westfall.
Okay.
And Cooper wrestling a young man from Wheeling Park, Malachi Washington.
So in Wheeling Park's the event you mentioned.
Correct.
As a possibility, if not Medina, right?
Correct. Absolutely.
Okay.
It's during that same week, the last week in December. It's called the Wheeling Park Duels. Just a great turn. I'll tell you what, great story. I got to share this. As you know, all my boys wrestled. So my oldest son, I believe it was his freshman or sophomore year, and we go down to Wheeling Park, right? We're doing the duels down there, and my son Josh, and he's a 112 pounder, having a good year, and again, young wrestler, right? Just kind of in high school there, and he's wrestling a girl, all right, and cute little girl, right? No little thing, and he's wrestling, and he was, pretty prowess with the armbar series, the hammerlock series, like that whole hammerlock armbar series. So he gets this young lady over, and he starts to step over to put in the double grapes.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So those of you that don't know about the sport, this young lady is on her back, and here Josh, my son, he's ready to step over, lace up those legs. He's going to lace in between both of her legs, throw his hips inside. So now you can picture that any way you want. But so he starts his leg over, John, to put in the doubles. And I think it registered what this would look like had he went, and you could just see the leg go, and he stops.
Yeah.
He tees off, and he ends up, pinning her with a bundle or something. But, yeah, he was not going to go double grapes with this young lady that he was wrestling. Just wasn't going to happen.
Right. No, he made
I think he made a wise choice.
Yeah.
I mean,
that made a calculated move. Yeah.
Oh, you could tell.
Yeah.
And that was the one thing. That's a great word to use for Josh. I mean, great wrestler. I'll tell you what, it breaks my heart. 99 wins.
Wow.
Obviously that 100 mark is kind of a milestone for a lot of wrestlers, right? And of course, we have a lot of fun with all the boys. All of them have their certain accolades that we get a chance to go joke about when they're all home, But Josh was a very calculated wrestler. I try to, they'll talk a lot about flow, being a little bit more cerebral, thinking through moves, very much more calculated. And sometimes that kind of, holds you back a little bit, when you're thinking through that next position versus when you hear about being in the flow, right?
Right.
And that body just keeps moving. But man, I'll tell you what, he had a great career. I'll tell you what, brother, he is going to be a dentist.
Wow.
And
Okay.
yeah, he's got
Is
one
he
more.
local?
Yeah, we don't know yet. He's got one more semester at Ohio State.
Yeah.
He'll be graduating with he'll be Dr. Bostic. And so if you're any of you wrestlers out there, right? We talked about looking for a wrestler. Nothing better than a wrestler dentist.
Right.
So I'll keep everybody in tune where he ends up. If you're looking for a dentist, I'll tell you what. He's the man.
How'd you chip those teeth wrestling?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now he doesn't come out in his wrestling singlet and his smock, so I know you're thinking that.
Right.
Well,
that's all right.
yeah, it's a good thing. Even though I mean he still looks so damn good, he probably could and just be
probably
fine,
still
right?
wears his headgear. Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna tell that story. Now talking about the polar bears, right? Josh and my boys wrestling for the polar bear program. We have a polar bear down on the mat, number 3.
I see that.
And that is Dylan Lahr. Dylan, a sophomore. And boy, he's teed up against one of the Grizzlies, Louis Schaefer, a senior. And
we got Grizzlies duking it out right next to him as well. 0-0 over there too.
Oh,
against
wow.
That Cleveland Central Catholic
That's
boy.
that Central Catholic young man. We talked about that, absolutely. And I do see 1-0 is our score. Third period, is that?
Wadsworth got the lead there.
Wadsworth is on top, okay. And on top of the ride, he's got the legs in. He's trying to get a turn.
Yeah, they had an injury stoppage earlier. That's why it's still happening.
Okay.
Yeah, that kind of extended minutes.
And Wadsworth victorious on mat number 3. Dylan, one of the newer wrestlers for the Polar Bear program. Good job, though.
Good golly.
Good fight.
That was a fast spin. We were talking about fast spin earlier. That had to be the fastest one today. I seen.
Yeah.
I don't think I seen or heard it. I mean.
No, I think you're right.
That was under 30.
That was right there.
Right?
I believe. I'm not sure what Colton had, but
I mean, you got like a sentence in and
yeah, he's done.
Yeah.
It's over. And back to staying with mat number 3. Again, Stark County wrestler. That's Louisville.
And we got matches going on behind us with some polar bears out there.
See if you can get it. See if you can get it for us, brother.
Yep, Matt 7. We got Regan Malloy.
All right, Reagan. Yep, Reagan Malloy.
Against Blake Elliott, East Knox.
Okay, Blake Elliott, a sophomore out of East Knox, up 2-0 so far. Matt number 3, that Louisville wrestler, that is Gavin Hamilton. Gavin, a senior, wrestling Matt Can, a junior from Huntington, West Virginia.
It almost looks like 2 Jackson guys going at it. They got like the same color singlets on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, I look down there and look in the back of the head of that opponent, for our Jackson opponent. Boy, it almost looks like Victor Marcelli, state champion.
Yeah.
Great from Massillon
like
Jackson. Yeah. Didn't that look like Victor from the back?
Yes.
Wow.
Absolutely. Good family, Marcelli's.
Oh, my gosh.
His dad, awesome.
Yeah.
I can only say great stuff about them.
No.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I've been trying to reach out to Victor. We'd like to get Victor in one of the segments that we have planned through the Start Media Wrestling platform. Is Where Are They Now? Right?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, we want to get Victor on there, let you hear a little bit about where he is today, just some of the great things that he did throughout his career. So we'll keep working on it. We got a lot of great local Stark County wrestlers we're going to bring to you here and let you find out where they are today.
Victor was, even though he wasn't on the same team as my nephew, but they were friendly with one another. My nephew was at Massillon Perry.
Yeah.
Victor was at Massillon Jackson. Yeah.
Okay. And your nephew?
Emil Sunland.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You shared that.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Emil, great guy.
Yep. He sent me some kind of TikTok link earlier.
Uh-oh.
He wanted me to put in the chat. I said, yeah, you go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Tune in and add it to the chat. You can give yourself a shout out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, here comes Jamie. Oh.
And looking back down, a winner there. Our Jackson wrestler falling just a bit short. Oh.
Ask Jamie about the quickest pin.
Yeah, what kind of awards they have? Any special awards they're giving?
Right. Maybe get him back up on this while he's up here.
Yeah, I know Jamie, wanted to join us. He's running the weigh-ins down there, the weigh-outs, if you will.
Oh, okay.
And so that's why we haven't been able to see him. He's the master of the scales.
Ooh.
Yeah, hey, don't mess with him, man.
Better be nice to him, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was interesting, something to think about, right? I mean, every tournament a little bit different. I'm not sure exactly if you have to get permission or if it's just the way it's run. Now, if you remember last week at the Ironman, wrestlers had to come back day number 2 and weigh in prior to, more or less kind of like what we had to do back in the day.
Yeah.
Years back, I'm not really sure when they started, they did give the opportunity for wrestlers to weigh out of the tournament. Therefore, they did not have to weigh in that next morning, whereby tonight, which is kind of a pro-con, right? Because, kid weighs out. And again, even though weight is not, focused as big as it was back in the day, you don't want that wrestler making weight out and then going home and, basically dropping the refrigerator and everything that's in it, right?
Right. I'll tell you a story about that.
You dropped the refrigerator?
Well, I'll say Bill Barger did on this one.
So
he was my high school coach at Walsh.
Right.
Ironman night or day. I was not planning on wrestling. I lost the wrestle off and never was looking forward to watching him compete.
Right.
And I'm in like my second period study hall or something during the day there, and I knew the festivities were kicking off for the Ironman. I couldn't wait for the school day to end because I wasn't wrestling in it. I had to wait till the end of the day till school to end. So I'm like, dang, this stinks. I wish could have made the lineup this week.
Okay, gotcha.
Barger comes up to the classroom, tells the teacher, come here. And they call me out in the hallway. He's like he's not going to make weight. I'm like, who? He's like, Alex. I was like, what does that mean? He's like he's like 13 pounds over. We got to
13 pounds over.
Yeah, he's like, we got to bump you out. I said, well, no one beat me in a wrestle. Well, you should have
Holy.
weighed us before the wrestle.
Did they weigh you before the wrestle?
They didn't. No.
Did not.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a little telling.
So wait, it gets better. So
Okay.
I go
Pretty
down
good
to
so far.
Yeah, it's going good so far. I'm like, all right, I'm in. I get to wrestle in the first,
Right.
Ironman,
Now you're a freshman, sophomore?
Freshman, yeah.
Okay.
I'm all pumped up. I'm like, sweet, I lost the wrestle off and I get rewarded. All right.
Yeah.
So I go down there.
Not a philosophy you want to carry with you all the time. But
Right. No,
yeah.
never. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm all pumped up and I'm like, he's like, well, how much do you weigh? I'm like, I don't know. Let's go see.
Oh, no.
I'm also 13 over.
You're 13 over.
Also, yeah. So it's a fair wrestle off.
Okay, I guess we don't
yeah.
have to worry about that wrestle off.
Yeah,
It was good.
It was fair then, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I felt better about that, you
Yeah.
know.
Then you didn't get a wrestle.
No, well, it you know what they did? It was a race to see who could make weight.
That's what happened. So you two tried to lose the weight. Whoever made it first was going to wrestle.
Yeah, and then
May I ask who won?
so here's what they did. They bumped. They just bumped them. Yeah, and since hosting tournament, we actually had 2 wrestlers. I think it's probably the first time they ever even had that happen there. Enter the bracket at 160 instead of 152, and then they said this guy scores points and this guy doesn't, kind of thing.
So your teammate went to 60.
Yeah.
And then you could make 52.
No, I couldn't make it. Yeah, I
Wow.
wasn't even close. The closest I got was like 7 pounds away,
Oh my goodness.
which to me was a lot. Like I'm sitting there like,
yeah, it's a lot.
yeah, I'm like, well, maybe I was like, can we try it again for day 2 or?
Does that mean I'm out?
Yeah.
Can I try again? All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I know we can't see it on camera, but I'm going to turn around here because there's our buddy. We see him, Colton Arnold, coming out. And he's got a young man from Holt, Michigan.
Ohio versus Michigan.
Yep. Oh, boy.
Here we go.
Here we go. That's mat number 8. Again, our apologies. We don't have the ability to turn that camera on. Correction, that is mat number 7. And this is a senior from Holt, Connor Krepow. So Colton with the patented underhook. Nice job. Good pressure. They go out of bounds. Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know. What do you think? Look down there, Coach. He's got the better hair. Both guys with flowing locks, no?
It's impressive. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. Yeah. Mine.
Colton, nice job banging that head. Again, good pressure. They go out of bounds. Tell you what, that's twice.
Colton wants that pin, man.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
after
2
it.
times Colton with some nice pressure. I'll tell you what, that Holt wrestler, okay, he circled in there. He better circle in or we're going to see a stalling call.
Love the way he's working him, though. The hand fight and the pressure, like you said.
No, good position out front. Slip by. The Holt wrestler gets behind. Hand drops. That's 2 points. Takedown, Holt. All right, Colton's got to come up. Again, senior versus senior. And Colton almost trying to look like he wants to maybe almost get into a Peterson situation. Official, I did see a couple swipes. I don't know if he had enough. It was 2 1s. No, 2 1 swipes. Did not get the back points.
Yeah, I saw him do the swipes, but
Yeah. All right, he's got to get 2 to get 2. Oh, nice job, Colton.
Oh,
nice knee slide up to his feet.
Textbook, yo. Yeah.
Beautiful knee slide.
They teach it in every wrestling room in America, just like that. Yeah.
Back down. Sits, got a little short sit there.
Ooh,
Looking for
the
the head. He's
hunt,
got the
yeah.
head. Nope, it's not there. Holt wrestler doing a nice job keeping his position behind. Colton underneath. Holt wrestler keeping good pressure on top. Holton, I see the bopper coming out. We're down to short time on the mat. It looks like we're going to go into that end of that first period at 2-0 Holt.
These guys are moving like 106 pounders, though. I mean,
Absolutely.
285.
Coin toss. Red has choice. That will be Colton. Arnold thinks about it, looks over at his coach. Coach Hepner throwing out a little counsel, and he decides to go down. So we're going to go into period number 2. Colton down at 2-0, and he'll set himself up. Holt wrestler on top. And just a slight nudge, slight movement, and they're going to say it was a caution. I thought I might have heard a whistle, but I guess not. So caution the call by the official. They'll realign. And Colton, nice job, explodes up off the whistle. He's on that hand control. On their feet, reaching back with that leg. I'd stay on the hands. Back down to the mats. Got to come up. He's coming up. Got to get back on those hands. He does. Turns in. And out of bounds. That Holt wrestler has to return. When they get up to their feet, he has to try to make an attempt to get him back to the mat. If not, that could be stalling for the Holt wrestler.
See that Holt wrestler, kind of like Connor, man. He got a football background too.
Absolutely. Colton, no, official. Oh my goodness. I thought Colton was coming around. The official, I saw swipes.
Still fighting it, yeah.
He's
there he goes. There he goes.
Now he's got around. Now he's around. And the reversal, Colton's got him on his back. He's got the arm. He's got the head. He's going to step it out. He's going to tighten this thing up. I don't think this guy's coming off. No. Up 4-0. And there it is. If he settles in, hips are down nicely. And that does it. Colton.
All right.
Arnold comes around, was in a tough spot, gave up 2 points. For the back was 4-0 the score, comes all the way around, keeps the arm with the head. It was a legal move, nothing illegal about it. Shoulders drop with that power that he has, and he does it. That is win number
and that's
2 here at
the
the
beauty
tournament.
of the sport.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Down 4-0, it can still win.
Down 4-0. A little bit of a trouble there. Turn the hips, and before you know it, hand is raised,
that
victorious.
Was magical moment there, yeah.
Beautiful. Great job.
Like Rocky Balboa, never give up.
That's right.
Yep.
Cut me, Mick. Cut me. Sorry. All right.
What's up, dog?
It's a go-to. Well, moving back to the main floor, we'll turn around. You've been watching that. My apologies again as we could not flip that camera around under the position and location to where we are up here on the mezzanine. But again, our hosts here, the North Canton School System, it's a great job. Great crowd here this evening at the holiday tournament as we get ready to move into that holiday season. I know a lot of our students out there getting ready for Christmas break. Getting ready for that time to hang out, sleep in a little bit, stay up late, watch those Christmas movies.
Well, I was in Louisville, and then
And again, we'd like to
I got 4 kids.
thank Doug Sikora,
Spectrum. Yeah.
Sikora Software, again,
Helping out with the broadcast
the
today.
main system they use here for the brackets and the bout boards.
Yeah,
Doug doing a nice job.
And no, it's pretty good. Yeah. It's long gone. Yeah, it's a different kind of school, different kind of program now.
So how's your mom and dad?
Good. Yeah, they're still in Louisville. They've been retired for years.
Make sure you tell him Doug says hello.
I'll tell him.
Hilda,
Yeah.
my wife too.
Yeah, Hilda was tight with my mom. Yeah, they always did stuff at Olaf. Yeah.
Looking down at mat number 6. See one of our Louisville wrestlers down there.
Man.
And that'll be
Tell him I said thanks for serving.
Jude Yeager. Jude, a senior for the Leopards, wrestling
Okay, good. All right. I'll tell him I said what's up.
Dominic
Yeah,
Whitesell,
Tim was always kinda
a
like my
senior
hero, man.
from
Yeah.
Madison High School.
Shout out to Coach Sikora.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
And it was a great conversation. Everybody heard that, but that's all right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We got to
man.
work on you, mister.
Yeah.
No, it's
you know,
good.
without TJ's supervision, it's
Yeah. It's okay, man. No, we got it. What the heck? Do you think he left this to a couple amateurs? Come on. Yeah, just because TJ was a Q92, that don't mean nothing, right?
right. Yeah.
Leave that to Jimmy B and Johnny, man. Don't mess with us. We're just getting started.
We're just getting warmed up.
That's right. Well, again, mat number 6 over there. That is a Louisville wrestler. And we have injury time for the wrestler from Madison. Looks like injury time has stopped. And they'll get set again. Good score here. 2-2 is our bout score. Yeager on top. Yeah, nice to see in the corner. I see Coach Laughlin and
See that.
Coach Coleman.
What a combo, yeah.
It don't get no better than that, does it, brother?
No.
Oh, and look who's behind. Look who's behind him.
Birkenbach.
Coach Birkenbaugh.
Yeah.
The triad, man. I mean, you gotta-
Trifecta.
yeah, the trifecta. We got to come up with some, the three. Now, can't go with the three horsemen, right? Horsemen's over. Plus, they're not tall enough to be horsemen. Well, they actually are tall enough to be, right? That could be the jockey. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Oh, boy, is Coleman going to get me later.
Yeah. Coleman, when I was first got into freestyle wrestling,
Okay.
and I was on the lucky enough to be part of that Ohio team that went out to Fargo and compete.
Wow, nice.
But
Okay.
he was one of the coaches.
Was he?
Yeah, for the
Okay.
camp and everything. Yeah.
Outstanding. Well, Jeff right now is our USA national team's director. So you have Coach
Makes sense.
Kalai, of course, that is the chairman of the entire USA program in Ohio. But for the teams that do go out to Fargo, our men's and women, Greco and free, those head coaches report to Coach Coleman. He's the one that keeps everybody intact in line out there and just does a great job. Again, another great Christian man.
Yes.
And I'll tell you what, funny, that dude cracks you up.
He does. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Well.
and a practical joker.
Yeah.
I mean, he said, he tells me there are practical jokes that are out there that to this day people still don't know about.
Right.
Oh, yeah, he could be the king.
Yeah.
Could be the king.
Well, him and Dave Riggs were part of the crew that ran that Team Ohio back then.
Okay.
They used to, I don't know why they always had like Eds and Walsh host the camp, but those were the guys that were out there on the mat, running the show.
Okay.
And teaching, the freestyle to us guys that most of us were clueless,
No.
didn't know anything about it. But it was cool because after that experience, I found out from Coach Riggs, like, hey, this guy's in your backyard, man. Because I was a Louisville resident.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm like, no way. I'm like, he's literally like down the street.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said, we'll start going and hanging out with them, learn the sport better. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll tell you another guy. I don't see him out here. He's usually with the Lake crew. Coach Ray McDonald, right? Coach Ray.
Ray.
Coach Ray. We are going to have Coach Ray on, where are they now? I mean, we know where Coach Ray is.
Yeah.
We always see Coach Ray.
With the magic water bottle.
The magic water. That dude, man. And it is magic because I'm going to tell you, I think that guy, he's in, I believe, late 60s. I'm not sure if he's 70 yet. Dude, I'm going to tell you what, that guy could be in a bodybuilding contest today.
Oh, yeah.
And probably win.
Probably, yeah.
He's
sure.
absolutely amazing.
Yep.
And I'll tell you what, there's another great Christian man, musician too. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah, I seen him play at Lobies.
Did you?
One night, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, my friend's kid was a bar back there.
Okay.
And sent a video clip. Said, check this dude out on the bass. He looks like a wrestler. And then
of course.
Then she sends me the text and says, hey, do you know this guy?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, it's Ray.
Yeah.
That's Ray.
Do you know this guy? Are you kidding?
So I'll be right over there. I'm just like 5 minutes away.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah.
Give me a cold one.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yep. Yeah, it's again, it's cool to be part of a community like that where kind of get a feel for everybody.
Absolutely.
All right, and wow, great leg defense there. Louisville wrestler, he even took that from leg defense to an offensive pin combo, and he's getting the back points. Maybe we'll get the pin here. Let's see. Oh, come on. And the official did not agree on that, so that's okay, though. That's okay. He came through at the end, finishing strong. That's the elite way to approach these matches, especially at these big tournaments. And shout out to Louisville wrestler coming through with the win. That was huge. So good job, Louisville. To the trifecta coaching staff down there. Glad to see those guys.
Yep, definitely does. Hey.
Yeah, Louisville wrestler came out with the win there.
You did.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
He almost pulled off a pin. Just from leg defense, just wham bam. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what.
We're blessed with greatness right now.
There he comes.
The beast of the East.
The beast of the East, the man of the evening, Colton Arnold with us here. Colton, how you doing, buddy?
Good, sir. How are you?
I am awesome, man. Jeez.
Cool. Nice to meet you, man.
Look at that,
Nice to
dude.
meet you.
This is Mr. Lowery, John Lowery. I don't know if you know John at all, but I'll tell you what, we were watching your match down here, dude. Tell us about that Holt match. My goodness.
He was a strong kid. It was hard to get a tie of him. And then at the end, just man who had better hips.
What'd you call that? What you did to get that turnover?
It's Arnold.
Yeah.
No, it just we were in a weird position. He had to turn me. We were kind of like on each other's hips. All I had to do is just flipping my hips over.
So not something typically practiced. That was just straight from the heart.
That
kind
was
of moment?
straight luck, really. Yeah, you don't really practice.
Yeah,
moments like that.
come on, Colton.
Yeah.
You're a very humble young man. I'm not sure I'm going to go luck,
Right.
but you've always had a good knowledge of your body position. You kind of always known where you're at, even when you were in youth. And I think that's what paid off here. Even though you gave up the swipes, you knew that there were some back points there, but you were in good. You knew your hips were still in good position to come around. And man, I'm telling you what, brother, when you came across and you scooped that head and arm, John and I looked at each other. We said, "Yep, he ain't coming off of that."
I said it's over.
Yeah, it was almost close. We almost stalled there for a second. I saw my coach out of the corner of my eye, calling me to keep turning, and I finally stepped through and got it.
Question for you. First period. Peterson.
I was looking for it. I really
Okay.
was.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Jim called
Yep.
it.
I
Yep.
was really trying.
All right.
Good call, Jim. Yep.
I didn't have the arm trapped enough,
Yep.
so it was hard to turn him, and he kept pulling on it, so that's why I didn't fall through.
Yeah, it happens though. But yeah, that was the risk you're willing to take though, and it paid off though. Yeah,
Sure.
at the end. So that was awesome, man.
Well, I like too. I was telling John when that both times you guys went out of bounds, you came back to the line like you always did, hustle back. We love seeing that.
Sure.
Right, you're right away on that underhook and the good pressure. And I had said that this guy better turn in, or we're going to see a stalling call, against the Holt wrestler in your favor. But outstanding.
So the Holt wrestler also a football star as well. Tell us a little about your football.
Yeah, I heard about that.
It was a blessing getting all the achievements that I did this year. Couldn't have done it without my defensive line coach, Coach Mike Peterson. Great influence, taught me a lot.
Yeah.
Now,
Now tell us, because we always talk about how impactful wrestling is with athletes
that's where I
that
was going,
do other
brother.
sports, especially football. Can you shed some light on that for us, just from your own experience?
As being a heavyweight, footwork and hip work is really the key thing that really correlates between both sports. And being a lineman, having footwork is the difference between a good lineman and a great lineman.
Absolutely.
Makes sense. Absolutely, man.
Well said. Now, I know you've always been a very humble young man. I appreciate that about you. I know that you got a lot of colleges that are looking at you down the road. Have you narrowed it down any at all? I mean, is there a top 2, 3, 4 if you had Colton's dream list, or you just going to kind of wait and see how it plays out?
As of right now, doors are still open. I'm trying to look for a new home. Look for a home that's fitting for me and where I see as a family.
Absolutely. And I love that term right there. You are family. Wrestling is a family. I know football is your passion, but you always use this sport to take your passion to that next level. And I really think that definitely has transferred for you with the success you've had on the gridiron.
So another question for you. So how many pins this season now is that for? I know you're going after that pin record. After your own record, by the way, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Last year I set it at 35. That's the team record as well as the Stark County pin record. This year, still chasing it, and I have 7 pins under my belt right now.
Wow.
That's awesome. Now, I will say this, that match right there, that's the first time you've went to the second period, correct?
Yes, sir. Out of
Okay.
the 7 matches, that's the first time I've went to the second period.
Outstanding. Go ahead.
Well, let me ask you this. So going in that second period, were you kind of planning on some kind of like earlier in the first when you were trying that Peterson? Were you feeling his hips getting high on you, something to indicate that I'm going to go headhunt and put this guy on his back, put him away?
Right off the rip, I always try to bang on you. I want to make you tired because I know my stamina is. I have full confidence in my stamina. How far I can go. I can go all 6 minutes if need to be. If we need to take it all 3 periods, that's what we need to do. The pin isn't the first thing to do.
You made that calculation, though, it seemed like. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, my thing going to the second period is I'm going to try and outwork you. I want you to be as tired as all get out.
That's awesome.
Good plan, good strategy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Rocky Balboa, man. He never gave up. Never gave up.
Never give in, baby. That's it. Well, being a couple old dudes like we are, right? So all through the years, you come off and you go with these different things like, hey, that guy's got some pretty awesome shoes. He must be pretty solid. Or, wow, look at the guns on that guy. You know what Coach Lowery said when you guys went out? Look at the locks on those two dudes. He's like, look at the hair. I'm looking across at Coach going, Coach, seriously? Yeah, okay, But, no, you guys, man, you were sporting the locks out there, man. You're looking good. A little Hulk Hogan, baby. No, I'd like to have
Ultimate Warrior status,
that's right.
Yeah.
No, trust me, John will get me later. It's something All right, well, I'll tell you what, Colton, that's it for tonight, correct? You get a weigh in and no more matches tonight? You're done, or you got one more?
Yeah, we got a way out, and then that's it for tonight.
Way out, okay. Well, if you get a chance to come by, please visit us tomorrow, if you will. Now, it is the season, so I would be remiss. We've already had this discussion, Coach and I, right?
I know what you're going to ask me.
You know what I'm going to ask? Your favorite Christmas movie. What is, if Colton's sitting there, he's got the popcorn, man, little butter, little salt, what's the favorite Christmas movie?
Gotta go with Elf.
Elf. The angry elf.
Yeah.
I love it, my man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, heavyweight, champion. We're going to see him. I hope we're going to see him in the finals. I know that's where he's going to go down here. That's what he's going to work for. Your Stark County pin leader and going after that record again, Colton Arnold.
He's as tall as Will Ferrell.
Huh?
You're as tall as Will Ferrell's the actor in the movie Elf. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely.
You and Will Ferrell get on the mat. What happens?
No cowbell.
I don't know. It depends if he's in the elf suit or not.
Wow. I love it. All right. Well, we appreciate you stopping by, Colton.
Yeah,
Good luck, man. We'll be watching you tomorrow, brother. All right.
Good
Great
luck,
job.
yes.
Good job.
All right.
Thank you.
Very cool.
All right. That was
Wow.
a nice interview with
Yeah, what a guy, huh? Such a
champion. of
gentle
character.
giant, man,
Yeah.
right? Gentle
What a
giant.
humble guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's nice to see. Yeah.
Tell you what, though, man, the dude does got a head of hair, don't he?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It's awesome.
Uh,
I think we got some consolation. So I obviously tonight, running 2 rounds of championship, 1 round of consolation. We're in the consolation round right now. Looking out there, some of our lightweights. I'm going to guess this will probably be the last round of the evening as we approach the just after the 8 o'clock hour. And we'll be back tomorrow, right, John?
that's right. Yeah.
Okay. I think the first whistle 9 or 10. I'm not. Do we have a time here?
Let me see. No. Be a question for Jamie, maybe, if we catch him up here again on the time for tomorrow's start. But already still seeing some great matches as this round comes to an end.
No, absolutely. I mean,
Here we go on that Viking mat. There's that bar series again.
Nope, there we go. Arm bars in, going far, looking for that far wrist. Nope, going to try to come near wrist. Now, I think I just asked Mr. Arnold there, Tim, about our start time. He believes it's 9:30 tomorrow. So we'll be on air tomorrow, bringing you the second round going into the semis, of course, all the way through the championship. So
Get that
Hoover
French-
Holiday right here, man. Stick with Stark Media, baby. We got you.
Got you covered. Yep. Taking broadcasting to the next level. Start out with that French press coffee in the morning. 9:30.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Well, I appreciate Mr. Arnold coming by, giving us a little 411 on tomorrow, and we will begin at 9:30. The front mats here that you're watching right now, those will be our championship mats. So you're going to have a championship round, and going right into that, that'll be your quarterfinals, I believe. And after the quarterfinals, we'll go right, of course, into our semifinals. Man, and that's where you're going to see, number one, that's where your tournament leaders are going to separate themselves as far as a team. And you're going to just see some outstanding matches in that semifinals round. Then behind us on mats 7 and 8, they'll be running the consies tomorrow. So a lot of wrestling to go here at Hoover High School.
What a great venue for a tournament like this, too, by the way. I mean, these guys, not only Sakura Systems are doing a great job with the score and, keeping us up to date on the leaderboard, but so much wrestling has happened. There's not a lot of waiting around, anything like that. I remember years ago coming to tournaments like this, and you'd sit there and just sweat in that gym and think, oh, man, when am I up? When's my kid up? Nobody knew. Where complete opposite experience today at these tournaments.
Well, I'll tell you what, now that they have these systems automated, right? I mean, let's be, being fair. Back in the day, paper bout sheets.
I remember the paper bout sheet.
Keeping score, table, run of the table, handwriting the brackets. I mean, everything right, nowadays, these tournaments like this, they're all automated. Those guys behind those computers, click, 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 they're advancing. It's filling the brackets out immediately. So definitely, speeds up the process and keeps things moving right along. So
definitely, yeah. You remember, Jim? You had to sign after you won your bout. You had to sign the actual bout sheet.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what. I go back to when, basically on the side of the mat, they used to have. Remember the popsicle sticks, your little tongue depressors. 1 minute, 30 seconds. And put those up to help let you know when time was and running out, right? So a lot different nowadays with technology. Kind of a pro con, right? I mean, there's something to be said about the good old days. You miss them.
Yeah, there is. I remember being at a tournament where I signed the wrong bout sheet at the table because they had multiple ones. My match ended real fast, and then
did you sign the right name?
Oh, that was tough to do,
Yeah.
You're so excited.
I tried.
Sign the other guy's name.
Exactly. I won, really.
No, but so I'd signed it, and then the other kid noticed that and he found me. So,
Oh, wow.
I was, like in the hallway, something like that, and this, kid and his teammate and his coach were saying, hey, did you just wrestle on this match? I said, yeah. They said, well, I think you did the wrong bout sheet and circled the wrong name or something.
Wow.
And they're saying our guy he didn't win. I'm like, oh.
That's pretty cool, those guys to do that, though. Good sportsmanship.
Right, yeah. So I was like, yeah, good looking out. But the old honor system.
Yeah. Well, mat number 3, looking down, looks like we have a Massillon wrestler down there. It looks to be Gage Gordon, a junior for the Tigers. And he's wrestling a young man from Mount Vernon High School. That'll be Dalton Curtis, a sophomore. So let's kind of focus our attention there, see how that match goes. Nice job. This is a consolation side. Remember that first period is only 1 minute. And I see
so we got the championship matches going on still in consolation. Is that correct or no?
I think this is all consolation.
all
I think we're
consolation,
strictly in the consolation side of things.
So that heavyweight match pretty much ended the championship.
That
round
should
for
have
the night
finished
with
that
Connor.
2 rounds of championship tonight. Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Now, I'll tell you what, far side, mat number 1, looks like we have another masculine wrestler down there, the Tigers, with 2 wrestlers out there. And in fact, I'll tell you what, looking at mat number 4, let's make that a trifecta, 3 of them up at the same time. And that's got to be tough for you coaches. You know, if you don't have enough coaches with you, you're allowed 2 coaches in the chair, you know, to make sure you have the staff to help you out in case things like that happen. Mat number 4, that's Marcus Frick wrestling Andy Pigg from Dublin, Scioto. Mat number 1, that's Aiden Wilson, a freshman for the Tigers, wrestling Jaden Horn from Watkins Memorial.
We got behind us North Canton Hoover wrestler going at it against the Huntington, Ben Barrett and Javon Long. That's at 126-pound weight class. It's 0-0.
Our host school.
Yep.
Wrestler there. Looks like they also have another Hoover wrestler down here on mat number 5 right below us.
That's correct. And 7.
That's Jamie's son. That's Tanner Fausnight. Tanner.
Oh, okay. Go, Tanner. He's putting up a fight there against Stark County boy from Lake.
It's Dakota Whitaker, a senior from Lake. Yeah, the tough part about this round, right? I mean, if you lose this run, it's head to the showers, pack up your gear, you'll be done for the tournament. But again, nothing at all ever to be ashamed of. You put on the headgear, you put on the uniform, you stepped in the line, and how many other athletes or team or classmates, you know, have not ever tried or did that ever.
Right.
Now looking on mat number 3, a Fairless wrestler. I think that might be a young lady.
On mat 3, huh?
And on mat number 3, a little bit of a leg turk there. Yeah, that's Peyton Webb, a junior, wrestling Brandon Scott from Wheeling Park. Boy, he's got that half Nelson in deep. Wrestler, as official says, out of bounds. They'll reset. 3 on the back. Peyton will go down. You know, and sometimes, you know, even though our women's program growing here in the state of Ohio, there's, you know, not a lot of competitions out and about yet. That, of course, is growing every year.
Fastest growing sport, women's wrestling.
Absolutely.
That and pickleball, right?
Yeah, I've always wanted to try that. My Joey plays pickleball. I've yet to.
There's like pro teams now. Like these pro athletes are
pickleball.
LeBron James has a pickleball pro team.
No kidding.
Yeah.
And the Wheeling Park wrestler with the fall.
So this is our conversation we had at the Ironman about curriculum alignment with the styles. So you know, this young lady out here doing a great job wrestling folk style, you know.
Right.
But at the college level, NAI, they do freestyle.
For the women.
For the women, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's you know, which I like because that makes sense because now you go from that to Olympic and it's all under the same style. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, and I'll tell you what, I mean, you know this, you've wrestled both styles, you know, your folk style, very, very, very similar to freestyle.
Very similar.
You know, obviously back exposure is a little bit different whereby, you know, you got to break that plane. You got to hold that position for a moment in time where if you just expose the back in freestyle, you're giving points, if you will, to your opponent. Right.
Right.
So, I mean, that's a big difference. Another big difference, of course, which I truly like about the freestyle is if you go to the mat and if we don't see a turn, we don't see any action happening, whistle is blown, and wrestlers are back on their feet, you know, going at it with the takedowns.
I like the idea where you can just, by rolling your opponent, if you initiated it, you could possibly score some points.
Oh, absolutely.
I love that idea.
You know, Granby roll, do not put a Granby roll in your repertoire when you're wrestling freestyle. No, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
I made that mistake as a freestyle rookie
Oh, you did the Granby.
I did the Granby.
Well
and,
done.
And came out and was, down 3-0.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if you do a slow Granby, you pin yourself before you're even
Right.
off through the Granby move. So.
Yeah, I remember Ray was coaching me. McDonald.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
he said he said wait, he was going to the ref timeout.
Timeout.
Can I talk to my guy for a minute?
Yeah, we got to go over a couple things.
Yeah.
Well, the other cool thing I like about the Greco and the free, is the push out rule, right? I mean, you got guys that are gals that are able to, have good power, low leverage, move their body. And, if they step out, that can be a point. My son, Josh, man, we used to call him the bull because that dude, man, he freaking push out, he'd score and win matches, just, a series of push outs.
I love the push out thing. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think that's a good rule because, just like Connor was experiencing earlier, man, he was dominating that kid on his feet, pushing him around that mat. And I'm like, you should get awarded for that. You know what I mean? For you're controlling that wrestler.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I like the push out.
I love it. Yeah, that good addition to the freestyle.
Now looking down on mat number 3, looks like we have a Maslin Jackson wrestler up. Again in our.
Are they? Is that Dalton or North Canton they're up against? I can't.
That would be Dalton. Good call. Skylar Reisinger, the wrestler from Jackson, a senior, and wrestling Caden Russell from Dalton.
Shout out to Dalton State champ Johnny Foster, also assistant coaching at Perry program, more from the weight training aspect of things, but I know he's been involved in that program for years, kind of behind the scene guy,
Absolutely. Got to have those guys, man.
Yep.
So important. So important. And again, first period about to come to the end. 1 minute, our first period in consolation side. And again, John, you point out, well stated. Again, this moving right along. I do believe this will probably be our last round of the evening.
Correct. Yeah, it's going to wrap up the evening for sure for this round here for consolation.
Reisinger and Russell, mat number 3, they're back on their feet. It's nice hand fighting.
They are. They're getting at it, man. That's
a
brawl.
Control. And Russell trying to reach far side with that leg in on the single leg near side. The head pops out. He's going to go across the body. Keeps the feet moving, and he'll get 2 points. Takedown, Dalton.
Even over on mat 4, North Canton boy, Isaiah Fontes.
Okay.
Duke it out with Aaron Lockett. Brush.
All right.
I mean, it's both these matches like it's the blood round. I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, good for them. Yeah, they're all in.
Nice job. Takedown, 2 points for our Hoover wrestler. And down here on mat number 6 in our bottom corner, we have a victory for our Louisville wrestler.
All right.
Mat 6, that was Tanner Frank. So Tanner stays alive in the consolation side.
You ever sleep through a match?
Sleep through a match? You mean
you had a tournament?
You got called up and you were sleeping? And
yeah, you're like down the hallway and you didn't tell anybody where you found a good spot to take a nap and then.
I have a feeling this is leading to a story. So I'm going to jump in there and say, no, I can't say that I've ever done that, but are you going to share that you did?
Sophomore year district tournament, yeah.
Wait a minute. No. District tournament.
I was sleeping in Bill Barger's car in the front parking lot at Firestone High School.
And you missed your match.
Missed my match, yeah. And then Josh Shapancic's father was out there smoking and happened to see me and came over and tapped on the window and said, hey, I think they're looking for you inside. Or they were maybe like a half hour ago. I don't know. Were you supposed to wrestle today? Or
John.
I said, what time is it? And I looked and I was like, oh my goodness.
Was that the championship side or the consolation?
That was round 1.
That was so you missed the round 1 match.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, at least you got to come back, right? You got to go through the consolation, or
right? Yeah. Well, yeah. I got the shot to come back at that point. Yeah, but I went to the gym and everybody was.
Just curious, what did Coach Barger say? Just
Oh, he's like, oh, don't worry about it. This happened other guys before. You got this. You'll wrestle back. He's like, you needed some extra matches under your belt anyway to get in shape for the state meet. I'm like, really? I'm like,
Wow.
yeah. I was like, oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah, he always put a positive swing on every situation. It was always interesting to hear his approach.
Oh, I'll bet you've got some stories.
Yeah, he never went in the dark negative, man.
Yeah, that's good, man.
Versus like Todd wanted to choke me and throw me through the car window. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, but here's what happened. Remember I told you about Swanson's?
Right.
So it was at Firestone. There's a Swanson's right down the street from
I
there.
know exactly where you're at, brother.
And Barger promised me.
Wait, let me ask you, what year
Yeah.
was this? Well, I wonder if I was at Norton at the time.
This would have been, you might have been 90, 99?
No, I left
Okay.
Norton in '95. So okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry.
So Barger said, it's like, hey, if you make weight, I'll treat you good, man. This is right by Swanson's. I'll take you down there after weigh-ins, get you a burger and a shake.
Wow.
I was like, you're the best coach ever, man. Thanks. So he did that.
Yeah.
So we went down there, had a burger and shake.
Yeah.
He left the car running. He's like, hey, just bring the keys in. I'll keep it running out here. While
And that's when you fell asleep?
So I finished my meal and then just went into deep sleep. Yeah, out there in the warm car. And yeah, and he parked right up in the front. Thank goodness that, because I would have been MIA for the whole day. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, if fans didn't see me out there. Yeah.
Well, them Swanson burgers will do that to you, man. What can you say, man? It's like an aphrodisiac. I mean,
Right. Well, it's like the Thanksgiving impact from, like, they say the turkey,
Right.
Everybody lays around. Next thing you know, you hear a bunch of people snoring.
Right.
It was
Wow.
some kind of weird
Dude.
chemistry like that, I think. But
What a story.
yeah, I was.
No, that's a first, brother.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, I think the next year Brakeman put something in his report about that.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, it's like, if this guy doesn't fall asleep in the parking lot,
Wow.
he might actually make it to the tournament.
Wow, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, our Jackson wrestler falling a bit short there on mat number 3. Again, nothing to be ashamed of. Reisinger, he'll go back to the practice room next week, get it all worked out. A lot of wrestling yet to go this season. Nothing to be ashamed of, nothing to hang your head about at any point in time. Mat 3 again, we're going to stay with a Stark County wrestler from Louisville. Looks like he's got a Watkins Memorial wrestler. And this will be Wyatt Smith wrestling. Oh, yeah, and Mr. Nicodemus is back. Devin Nicodemus from Watkins Memorial.
Okay.
Mat number 1, far side, that's Austin Phelps. You can see him in the Jackson outfit.
Ooh, look at this pin
That's
combo here.
Hunter McCludge from West Holmes.
West Holmes is up there in that team race. 4th place.
Is that where they were at?
Yeah.
I did not see that. Okay.
There were, is that Millersburg?
Down that area, yep.
That's
Yep.
okay.
Down that area. And that Dalton down that way, down Route 30.
Yeah. That's a drive.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Not quite as much as Wheeling Park, but still, that's a pretty good drive.
right, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm assuming Wheeling Park's Wheeling, West Virginia, right?
Absolutely.
That's all. That's far, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, you got Ripley, West Virginia here. I'm not really sure where Holt is out of. I know they're from Michigan, of course, but
I'm not sure
what
part.
distance
Yeah.
they have to travel. Maybe that's something you can ask Jamie tomorrow. Who
Yeah.
traveled the farthest?
Okay. Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder, boy, old TJ. I wonder if he's getting excited, man. I don't know. I'm a little excited for our Buckeyes, thinking they were out of the playoff picture, and then they're back in, right? Number 4.
Yeah, that's
Gonna battle against the Bulldogs of Georgia.
it's. I'm glad that happened for the simple fact of seeing a, double Big Ten. You know what I mean? See two
Could
Big
you imagine
Tens.
that? I mean, could you
Yeah.
imagine a final, Buckeye Wolverine national championship game?
Well, I feel like the committee and just the NCAA in general, everybody finally gave respect to the Big Ten this year. I mean,
Yeah.
it was I think past due. There's been a few years where I'm sitting there watching these playoff games and going, why do we have 2 SEC schools in here
Right.
that we've already seen lose 2 or 3 games this season to not a tough schedule as some of these Big Ten. So I feel like that's been heard, and I was glad to see that. Oh yeah, how cool that would be.
Oh,
Big Ten final game.
absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, though. What does TJ's household do with that one, right? I mean, didn't his pops play for Michigan? And
they get the singlets on and
wow, really? Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm going with Walt on that.
Yeah, you're gonna take Mr. D.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. After his Hulk Hogan.
Wow, what a story!
Yeah,
huh?
story. I'm all in on Walt. Still.
Could you imagine
Experience matters.
Could you imagine they still had that cowboy hat? I mean, that would just what a artifact, man. Yeah. What a great story, man. Oh, I got a feeling as time goes on, there's going to be quite a few more great stories to share.
We're going to find that cowboy hat.
All right.
We're going to locate that. We'll do some digging.
Yeah.
It's going to resurface, though.
Exactly. And even if it's not D1, we could only say it's D1, right? I mean, maybe Mr. Donnan would go with us,
Oh, there you go. On mat 3 there, that Walsh boy had a nice little barrel roll.
Listed there, wrestling a fearless wrestler, right?
Yeah.
Coach McGee over there with the Falcons.
Is that Johnny McGee?
No.
No.
It was McKee.
Oh, McKee. Okay.
McKee.
There's the half, though.
Yeah.
Half, never the Harry Hushka half.
Yeah. Was that
failed.
deep? Nelson's in deep. Dave Mariola, of course, the head coach up at Walsh now. He was over at Barberton for many years.
Oh, he was great at Barberton. What an impact he had on those kids there too.
Yep, really turned that program around. A nice job. Obviously, another father, son, his dad, I believe, Twinsburg?
Correct, yeah.
I think it was.
Twinsburg, yeah. Yep. Turchetta brothers. Shout out to Colby and Chad Turchetta if they're listening in. Tough wrestlers from out there at Twinsburg. I think they help out with like the youth and the middle school. And,
okay.
They do some like club team stuff, I know, with freestyle.
I'll tell you what, there, our fearless wrestler withheld, Saved by the Bell, as you said a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Speaking of Saved by the Bell, there was a character on the show.
Yeah.
That wrestled. If you're listening in, let's test the knowledge trivia question today.
That is.
Put it in the chat. If you know who that was. Hey, there's a guy. What's up, Dante? Good to see you, man.
What's
Dante
up,
Rini.
Yeah. Oh, what's up, buddy?
All right.
Come by tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're back. I thought we might have a chance to throw the headset on Dante Rini. Dante working with the Maslin Perry program, some of the athletes they brought here. So we asked him to stop by tomorrow. So, John, hopefully you can grab him, get him in a headset, and
Hopefully,
give him a little Stark Media love.
Heck yeah, yeah. Well, that's why he came up. He said, "Give us some love." He said, "Shout out to Stark Media."
It was very kind of him, wasn't it? He said he was real pleased with what he's seeing, what we're producing. So that was very encouraging. We really appreciate that. But as always, if you're still with us out there, please, bring those suggestions. We want this to be what you want it to be. We just love having the opportunity to share and talk a little bit about our sport, some of the fond memories, and bring to you some of the athletes from the area. Hopefully, again, where are they now? We'll be starting that up probably after the first of the year. And our In the Room segment. So we've got some other ones. We've got some schedules coming up. I know we're going to talk with Coach Noggle over at Canton Central Catholic. We were supposed to have them on last week, and that kind of fell through. I do apologize to Coach and his team, but we're going to get them on. I know that Coach Villers over at Lake, Coach Hepner at Jackson. So, again, we're going to try to make our way all through Stark County and give our coaches and athletes a chance to share a little bit about their program.
Got Lake versus East Liverpool down there on mat 6 finishing up. And East Liverpool kid took the loss to the Strong Lake wrestler. Stay in the tournament.
All right.
Shout out to East Liverpool wrestler John Lowery Sr. He wrestled.
Now, is that a relation?
Yeah, that's my dad.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
So he claims he wrestled for them back in the day.
Wait a minute. No picture. No
evidence.
No evidence.
That he was more of a skip school pool room kind of guy.
Okay.
So, but yeah, the legend has it that he was on that mat
on the
a few
Potter
times.
team.
Yeah, he got down and dirty on that mat. Yeah, he told a story about wrestling a guy named Steven Scipio.
Steven Scipio.
He said that guy was the Rumble on the River.
The real deal, huh?
The real deal, yeah. So they were about to throw some fists or something during that match. Martin's Ferry. He said Martin's Ferry was the powerhouse over there on the river then.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great story.
But if anybody's listening in, it can verify that he was an actual Potter wrestler.
We'd appreciate that. That would be a Stark Media exclusive.
Yep.
John Lowery Sr., East Liverpool wrestler. Well, Jim Bostic Sr., when I walked home in 8th grade, because that's when wrestling started in Norton schools. I remember walking home, in the fall, right? And announcements made around October that, wrestling's going to. I walked home. I said, Dad, I think I'm going to wrestle. No lie. First words out of his mouth. What, with the girls? Like, no, Dad, not with the girls, like wrestling. So, yeah, my pops was more baseball, golf, great tennis player, played tennis for Akron U. He has a great story about when he was in the reserves. His company commander knew that he played tennis, right? So I guess some general or some bigwig was in town, wanted to play tennis. So they went over and talked to my dad, said, hey, why don't you play this guy? And I asked him, I said, do you have to wear your combat boots? He goes, no. He goes, they gave me, some gear, but yeah, we didn't.
Did you play tennis?
I did not. No, I'll tell you what, man. I regret now, obviously, being older. Tennis, golf.
Do you play now at all or
no? Tennis?
Yeah.
No.
So
pickleball.
That's right. Well, I've never been. I used to play racquetball with TJ, like we mentioned.
Oh my gosh!
Week.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing we learned from fellow classmate used to teach us. It was Rocco Milano.
Okay.
And he taught us how to play tennis because he had lessons. Over at the Hall of Fame.
Ooh.
And so
you know how to play tennis.
Yeah. So he would actually show us the rules.
Wait a minute. Can you overhand serve?
Yeah.
You're the man.
So get this. So here's me. Because I used to use it as weight loss tool in college. So I
Okay.
used to go around and find somebody on campus that would play me in tennis. I'd be out there in
Really?
plastics to
Okay.
you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
crank some weight real quick.
Yeah.
A fun way of losing weight, right?
No, absolutely.
Doing something
That's
you like, at
awesome.
least. So
Okay.
that's how I always stayed in touch with my tennis or racquetball. If we get into a racquetball court, same thing. VMI, we actually had racquetball courts, and they had a league for the town of Lexington.
Right.
And so I'd go in there after those guys get done with their league games. I would say, hey, I'll be out like,
Wait a minute. You're
dripping in-
hustling. You're hustling racquetball. Hey.
Well, I'm dripping in sweat,
Yeah.
with my wrestling, gear and everything. And I'm like, hey, I got my wrestling shoes on still. Even like, hey man, can you get a game in real quick with me? I gotta lose some weight. Those guys
Oh,
are
my gosh.
like, yeah, man. If you're feeling up to it, are you sure you're okay?
Yeah.
I'm like whatever it takes.
Yeah. Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes. And boy, isn't that the case, right? Whatever it takes.
Yep.
That's awesome, man. Great stories, dude. I'm loving it. Good stuff.
But my kids and me today, when the weather's permitting, we go out there on the courts. Jackson. When we were in Louisville, we used to, of course, use Louisville's.
Okay.
Monument Park has lights.
Oh, really?
So how cool is that? You feel like
Okay.
a pro, man, playing under the lights. Monument
Wow.
Park. You don't even realize
That's awesome.
you don't realize you're in the middle
Now,
of Canton.
you have 4 boys, right? Or 4?
Two boys, 2 girls.
2 boys, 2 girls.
Yep.
And what district are you in? I know you told me.
Plain Township, yeah.
You're at Glen Oak. That's
Yep.
right. Over at Glen Oak. Okay.
So now none of them are like on like their school tennis team or anything like that, but
Yeah.
they should be. They can play, and they know the rules. They understand the game.
Older, younger? What's the range of your kiddos?
I got my youngest is in 6th grade. That's Joey. And my
Okay.
oldest is Abriella. She's a sophomore.
Sophomore.
Yep.
Good for you.
Yep. So they
So we got a 6th grader, a sophomore, and what's the middle two? Don't be stingy.
so we got they'll of course, if they're listening to this, they'll say, oh yeah, you didn't want to remember us today. But anyway, we got John Paul. He's 7th grade.
Okay.
And we got Annika Rose. She's 8th grade.
Wow.
Now she should wrestle.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's go, coach.
Yeah. She needs to jump on the women's
Women's
campaign.
team?
Yeah, for
All right.
wrestling because
No.
she can scrap, man. She's been around the sport. She's seen and she knows it. She's wrestled around for brothers or cousins or.
I'm sure probably her aunt has talked to her and about all the years she watched you. And
Right. I tell you what, if they had women's wrestling for my sister's generation,
right.
oh,
She'd have been there.
She would be Olympian for sure. Yeah, that was right up her alley. Yeah, but
Very cool.
yeah, she was. We're at West Virginia University. They had an open tournament, a preseason college tournament.
Okay.
And one of the Brands brothers was coaching at UTC Chattanooga, down in the South.
Oh, boy. I
I don't know what happened at him in Iowa that year or something, but he ended up there.
Wow.
But he was
Yeah,
there.
that's a little town south, isn't it?
Yeah. And so they were in our division, and we had a little rivalry thing going on. And I had one of their guys, consolation match, and guy was always, like I said, a rivalry with them. And then me and this guy always went back and forth. And guy ended up beating me. And at the end of the match, I went to shake Brandon and tell him, hey, you're legendary, man.
Right.
Like a picture or something.
Yeah.
He turned his back on me and was like, dude, I got to go coach somebody else, man. Maybe later or something, dude. Just, get away from me right now, though. I got to go over this mat real quick.
Wow.
And he wasn't trying to be rude. He was just trying to be real.
Right.
I got to go coach. I can't.
Right. Can't do this now.
Do this right now. But it looked like by his motioning of his hand and the way he turned his back.
Oh, that he was shushing you away.
It looked like he was shushing me or being rude, And so my sister's in the crowd. She come running down there and tapped on him. And he was wearing this hat. It was the hat with the flaps on the ears.
Yeah.
Like Elmer Fudd.
Yeah.
She's like, listen, Elmer Fudd, you better go over and shake my brother's hand. I don't know who you think you are.
Oh. Wait a minute. This is the same sister that talked to Brian Brakeman.
Yeah, same one, yeah.
Woo.
And I'm like, hey, Coach Brands, I'm sorry, I don't know who that woman is.
Yeah, you just owned your sister quite a few times, I think, through.
Yeah, I'm really unsure about who that is. But here's a funny story. She took
Funnier than that.
Wait, it gets better. She took his hat, the Elmer Fudd hat.
No,
she grabbed the hat off his head and ran with it.
Oh my gosh.
And he
Dude.
was, then he's laughing. He's just like, what's going on? You know,
Oh my
so
gosh.
I went and got it. She threw his hat outside in the snow. I went outside and got it for him. And I found him.
Okay, here's the question. Did you get your picture?
I did. So I got the hat and I found him. And he said, man, you deserve a picture.
Yeah.
You deserve an autograph.
Like I said, you
picture,
deserve something
Yeah.
living with that young lady.
Yeah, he's like, whatever you need, man. He's like, what do we got to do?
Wow.
Yeah, and then I ran into him down at the Midland tournament. And
Did he remember you?
He did. He said,
No
yeah.
way.
He was like, I'm glad I'm not wearing a hat.
Oh,
He's like,
my
where's she
God.
at? He was looking around.
Oh, dude. Great story.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, that was my only, just my Terry, I don't know which brands it was. It was either Tom or Terry.
It
I
doesn't
don't,
matter. It's,
yeah,
they're legends, right?
legends,
I mean,
so yeah.
either
Now-
way.
Now, those guys, a lot of people don't remember this, but, you know, U-Haul does, you know, the trucks for moving.
Okay.
Then you got their competition was Ryder, R-Y-D-E-R.
Yes. Yep.
I'm pretty certain there was a commercial with the Brands brothers doing like a heads-up competition when one got in the Ryder truck and one got in the U-Haul, but it didn't say U-Haul on it, but it was orange.
Right,
So
right.
you're supposed to assume that's what it was. And then the brother in the Ryder one wins. You know, they have the
Oh.
race.
Really?
I can't find that anywhere.
Really?
But I swear on the Holy Grail of Holy Grails that
Okay.
I've seen
Now
that
you've
commercial.
seen that. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Again, we're going to throw that out there to the audience. If you know anything about the Ryder commercial with the Brand brothers, we're looking for that commercial. I'm going to go home tonight and check YouTube, man. I'm going to scout.
Yeah, leave that in the comments. Or yeah, I've looked a few times on YouTube, and I've not been successful on finding it. Well, because here's what happens: you type in brands,
Right.
wrestling, all kinds of stuff. You know, what I mean, you get they're so popular in the sport.
yeah.
Yeah, you get all their college matches, you get
Right.
Olympic you get so much interviews with them, documentaries. So. But yeah, that's, and then you put the word ride or rider. It's like brand showing riding technique, or something.
Riding time,
so
technique, yeah.
It's a real difficult one to find on the internet. Yeah.
All right, the challenge has been thrown. The gauntlet is down. We're gonna find that. All right, looking down, mat number 2 as our competition continues to move forward. Getting close here to the end of day 1 of the holiday tournament. I see Cooper McKinney for the Polar Bears. Cooper again, we're on the consolation side of things.
You ever have to wear one of those masks, the wrestling?
I did bust up my nose one time, then I had to wear it, but it was all right. I didn't. A lot of people say that it affects your breathing and so forth. I think the biggest thing was just I didn't like the way it affected the peripheral vision. Right? I mean, didn't like to not have that full field of vision. Now, I'll tell you what, I stand corrected there on mat number 2. That is Dylan Lahr for Jackson. Dylan wrestling Noah West from Steubenville, 175. Okay. So, and actually on mat number 1, far side, I see the first big boy coming out in the consolation side. That's Steve Martins from Union Local. And wrestling Cameron Hamilton from Benedictine.
Okay. Let's see, we got other Lowery in the building down there. Mat 5.
Mat number 5?
Yep, he's up 5-0.
Oh, there he is. Hunter is it? Yep.
Up against one of our Stark County boys from Massillon, Sean Robinson. Both juniors getting at it down there.
Looks like over on mat number 4, we have a Uniontown Lake wrestler. That's Nate Sponseller. Nate, a senior, and he's wrestling Braden Kabalinski from Benedictine, 215 pounds. So we are making our way up to our last couple of weights.
Shout out to Benedictine. They brought a solid team down here.
Oh, boy, nice head and arm. You see that?
I saw the end result right there.
Yeah, you're seeing the end of it here. Yeah. Sponseller's got that thing tight. He's got the elbow. He's around the head, and there it is. He drops it.
Love that move.
Except when you're teaching it bread and butter. I mean, it's a fun move, but you get some of these youth coaches in the back in the day. I remember it's like, that's all they're hitting. It's like when the kid comes up to middle school, it's like, what do you know? Head and arm.
Right.
No, let's see your double or single. Head and arm.
Yeah.
So, yeah. No, it's all right.
That was the only move I was good at in high school.
Head and arm?
Head and arm.
Wow.
I would hit it from the bottom. So I would be,
So you're down
I'm
underneath.
down, and
Guy drags his
I
head.
do everything that, they say don't reach back. I would literally reach back,
Okay.
and then dude would hop over to.
So you were a coach's nightmare. I know exactly where you're going.
Yeah.
Don't reach back, pin, really. Coach, it works.
I used to preach it all the time to my teammates, and they're like, "That's bad idea, man." But that was the only way I could hold my own in that wrestling room. That's how I got good at it. And, yeah.
Yep. And some guys like that, they make it their own.
And then it was funny because the teammate coming up through the system as I was moving on out,
right?
Scotty Marhofer. He was talking about drill partners. He starts being my drill partner,
right?
And so he got third in the state tournament head and arm.
Wow!
Didn't shoot. He never shot one shot that whole tournament.
All head and arm.
All head and arm. Yep.
Wow!
Yep. So
I'll tell you,
it shows the impact of a drill partner, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you remember this name, and of course, state finals, head and arm, Cody Butzer. Right?
Oh yeah, Butzer had a great one.
Oh my gosh! I mean, that guy, of course, he hit about anything you wanted to hit,
he looked
whenever
like,
you wanted to hit it.
He was a freak of nature. Yeah, he looked like Ultimate Warrior.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Yeah, that head and arm came in as like, I'm gonna pop your head like a grape.
Yeah, I was, and that's why I like the freestyle scene, because of that. And then Greco, it suited me well. But Ray McDonald showed me some variety to that head and arm.
Okay.
Where the sag.
Right.
I never knew that until I met Ray.
Okay.
And then he said, hey, also just keep freestyle, just keep rolling it or Greco.
Yeah.
He's like, if you can get the pin, you got some bear down there that wants to fight for his life. So just roll that guy around the mat a few times and get that tech fall, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just roll him through a few times, and before you know it, match over. Tech fall.
He called me the desperado.
The desperado.
Yeah. He said I looked like I was desperate every match.
Probably out there playing on his bass, right? Little desperado. Here comes my buddy John Lowery. Oh, boy, it's getting late. You can tell. Far side, mat number 1. We see a wrestler from Massillon, Washington. Looks like he has a brush wrestler, maybe?
Yep, spot on. That's that singlet. Yeah, brush.
All right. I see another brush wrestler over on mat number 2, teammate there.
Yep. Gabe Enoch versus Cam Sagan. Dublin Scioto. That team, I love that singlet they got.
Yeah.
That green one?
Yep, absolutely.
That stands out.
I don't know if you remember when the I don't know what you call it, the singlet that was real long went to the top of the knee, right? I don't remember what the style it was called, but I'll never remember. I remember when I was coaching at Norton at the time, state tournament that year, if you remember, was down at Cincinnati, St. Xavier, right? It was kind of that transition year between the before they went to Wright State down in Dayton. And St. Xavier, the school, right, the high school, had those long ones, and it looked so freaking cool.
Yeah.
That is really, and try to get our AD to get them next year. Wouldn't do it, but they look cool.
I know which ones. Yeah, those became popular in freestyle in my day. That with that long leg.
That long leg right above the knee. Stopped right about above the knee. And of course, I don't know, man. You were looking down there tonight. You were pretty enamored with the two-piece.
That's and I remember that came out years back. What's that thing called? They got the Dapper Dan, but then Flow Wrestling has number 1. Who's number 1?
Okay.
And I remember seeing those kids, wearing that two-piece, that for that event. But I never seen anybody, actually at a tournament like this wear one. But Wadsworth had a real sharp one though.
Yeah, that gray one's pretty sharp.
Yeah, that's what's up. I guess one reason I wanted to pay attention to that or point that out was because there's a lot of kids out there that never wrestled but are thinking about it, and they're like, I just don't want to be seen in the regular singlet. Well,
that's for real. How many times you and I have coached through the years, right?
Yeah.
And try to get the big boys out, or they did not want to wear a singlet, man.
you got another option now.
Right.
Yeah. So if you're listening in, let your kid know, or there's you don't have to wear that the straps. You can go two-piece.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, as the evening winds down again, we want to thank our many sponsors for their support throughout the season, not only here during the wrestling season, but of course the football season. Great job, TJ and his team throughout. So much more yet to come throughout this sports season. But again, to CH Balos and Associates, they're located at 1302 South Main Street in North Canton. You can call 330-494-2776 for all your home, auto, life, and financial service needs. A staple in North Canton community over the past 75 years. Again, that is CH Balos and Associates.
Then we got shout out to Lindsay's Pizza, located inside the Hillsdale Shopping Center over there at 2827 Whipple Avenue in Canton. Call them at 330-477-3800, or you can order online at lindsays.pizza.com. Open till 11 p.m. Pizza, chicken, subs, salads, and calzones, all amazing. Shout out to Mrs. Lindsay, teacher of my
nice dude.
Both my daughters. Yeah.
It's only $8.49.
Wow.
I may have to get a Lindsay's Pizza on the way home. I don't know.
Yeah.
May have to be the night. Probably not, but it's going to happen. All right. It will happen, and I will tell. Right. All right. I'll shout out to McNeil and Sons Tree Service. McNeil and Sons located in the Portage Lakes area. They're fast, reliable, and affordable. They'll leave your property in better shape than it was before they got there. Don't let those trees that are out of reach get too close to your home. And make sure you contact the professionals at McNeil and Sons and ask for Tom at 330-606-1126. Get a free quote, and they'll consult on your tree health, as well as help your property maintain its integrity. Again, that's McNeil and Sons Tree Service.
Definitely with that free quote there. And then finally here, Ohio.com. Big shout out there to Chris McBrides and his team. Have over 30 years of experience. And if you or someone you know struggles with hearing, go to their website at finallyhereohio.com and get a free hearing evaluation.
What?
Call them at 492-1212, or stop down and see them at 1201 30th Street Northwest in Canton. That's over by me.
Nice.
And tell them Stark Media team sent them.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Eagles, FOE number 190, again, sponsoring here. Stark Media, located in downtown Massillon at 303 Ryrick Boulevard Northwest. Give them a call at 330-832-7385. They're open from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday, and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Also, I got that messed up. Bad on me. 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday. And then Sunday, they're closed at 8:30 p.m. Their website is eagles190.com. And big thing about our Eagles, man, they do a lot of great work for so many. They donate over $100,000 a year to our local charities. So get a chance, give them a call, stop down, visit the Eagles.
Yeah, and just on a personal note, experience with Eagles, not the same one, but I'm sure they're all kind of interrelated.
Sure.
But they have a thing you can do. It's kind of cool. Certain times of the year, like 4th of July coming up, and it's a fundraiser kind of thing. Speaking of their charity contribution, but you pay like $30, and every time, like 4th of July or Patriotic Day of the year, they put a American flag post in your front lawn.
Really?
For you, yeah. And they'll leave it up there for like that week, and then they'll come get it, take it down.
Very cool.
Yeah, kind of a But you got to get a hold of somebody over there to get that set up. But yeah, cool. A lot of people don't know about that service.
No, I never heard of that.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah,
It is cool.
Yeah, and then they usually do it through like a local Boy Scout troop or Boys Club or like a local group from the area that does that kind of work for them. So you're helping support a greater cause that way too.
Right.
It's like $10, $12 a month. So it's kind of a cool thing. Yeah.
That's awesome. Dude.
Yeah. So
that is awesome.
Well, I asked about it because I'm driving around, looking at houses, things like that.
Right.
And I was seeing that in like, all over Stark County in different neighborhoods.
Sure.
Yeah. And it's like, how come where are they getting these nice American flags and these poles?
Right.
Yeah. And my realtor said, I'll look into it for you. That's my job.
That's my job.
Yeah. And he did. He got that info back to me, and yeah, I was like, who do I call? He got me a number and everything. So I subscribed to the service. Yeah.
Right. That's
so
cool.
Great cause. Yeah.
That is awesome. I may have to look into that one.
Yeah, but very cool. I can get you. Yeah. I'll get that info.
You get that info. Yeah.
And
That's
then,
your job.
Yep. The shout out to Hillshire Clark Electric Company. Locations are all over Ohio. Corporate office is at 519 4th Street, Northwest in downtown Canton. 330-452-9806 if you want to get a hold of them. You can also visit their website at www.hillshire/clark.com. That's hillshireclark.com. And Hillshire Clark is a local Stark County electrical contractor with more than 100 years of experience in the industry. Commercial, residential, specialty markets that they got over offices throughout Ohio, but have the capability to handle out-of-state work as well. They are one of the rare electrical contractors that perform a range of services from testing and data to design and engineering. Functions typically handled by subcontractors. At their store, Hillshire Clark lives to do first things first: faith, integrity, respect, selfless, and team. Wow, that's like what we talk about.
They don't wrestle? I mean, they're wrestling coaches, right?
Right. Yeah, it's like the ingredients for a good wrestler, right? Anyway,
for a great human being, man. That's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah. So that's their core values, and they're not just words. They say they define who they are and how they conduct themselves every day. So Hillshire Clark, definitely get in contact with them. Wow.
Yeah.
What a mission statement.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, again, and we read it to you earlier. Just don't forget also our Save 22 program for our veterans. Just cannot say enough. Again, their website, save22.vet. Follow them on Save 22 on social media. As always, anything we can do for our veterans, we should be doing it. So, well, we're wrapping up here, John. I'm looking out across the mats. Some of the mats are already shutting down. I see our heavyweights here, far mat. I see the Louisville heavyweight out there. Again, our consolation side of things here. How's that back room looking? Are they done back there?
All finished back there.
It is quiet, huh?
Yeah. Empty mats. Yeah. Just looks like they're starting to clean up for tomorrow.
Mat number 2, that's Ben Brendel, a junior from Louisville. Boy, he's got the CVCA wrestler on his back. And not sure he's going to come. Oh, and he will not come off his back. That'll do it. Louisville wrestler moving on.
All right. I wonder if he's related to the famous Carl Brendel, wrestled for University of Michigan.
I don't know.
Also for Louisville resident. So maybe.
Could be.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense.
Lives over there by HP Product in Louisville. The only reason I know the guy is because he used to get the pay-per-views for boxing. He was a big boxing guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I seen him. Louisville's a cool town because it's so small.
Yes, great place.
Everybody's friendly.
Yep.
And it's one of those friendly Louisville moments. See him, at the AutoZone, and I was talking boxing. And he said, "Are you getting the fight?" And I said, "Nah, it's pay-per-view.
Sure.
No big deal, though. I'll just see the results tomorrow." He's like, "Forget that mess, man. Come over to my house." Gave me his address.
Did you go?
Yeah. I said, "Really? You're okay? I just met you. We're strangers." He went, "Nah, we're not strangers. Everybody, we're all family here."
Wow.
Yeah. And so he gave me his number. I called him up just to verify that he was okay.
You guys just gonna say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said,
"Excuse me, here. Put this on, little boy."
Yeah. I was like, hey, please don't shoot. I'm coming.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, you're welcome to come. He said, we'll have food, all that. Went over, watched the fight, and told me the story that when he was, in college, University of Michigan, he wrestled there. I guess Steiner Brothers days.
Yeah, remember the name.
Yeah, the guys that were in WWE or WCW. He was on the same team as them.
Wow.
And told me the story. They had this bear at the local county fair up there in Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
And he said the Steiners went out there, you could wrestle the bear or something like that.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
And he said the Steiners went out there and they both, they both lost. They couldn't pin the bear.
Right.
He said he went out there and he said not only did he pin the bear, but he said he broke its back.
Oh
And the guy that, or the people that had the bear that, were part of the circus, whatever that was, he said, we're like, looking for him after that. They're mad at him. They wanted to.
Crap.
He said, yeah. He said these people wanted to come after me. He said, yeah. So we had to get out of there. He said they said I broke that bear's back and they wanted to get even with me. I was like, that's crazy. I said, well, wrestler though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's funny, talk about wrestling the bear. Good friend of mine years ago, sadly, since passed, guy named Doug Turchin. I don't know if you know the Turchin name at all.
No, Doug.
From, you knew Doug?
I was friends with his son, Tyler.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, I think we may have talked a little bit. But Doug wrestled the bear. Yes, he did. In fact,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, in fact, here recently, his sister, Tina, I coached her 2 sons.
Yeah.
And that she had actually put footage out again.
No way.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. I mean, Doug had that, what was the hairstyle? Oh, gosh.
I think
I can't think of it now. It's terrible.
So
nice big old fluffy hair, down, and he wrestled that bear, and it was pretty cool. That's
cool. I'll have to look. Well, send that. Yeah, I'll have to look for
the
that.
mullet.
That footage.
Yeah, Doug had a mullet.
Had a
mullet at the time. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
He was a beefy guy. I mean,
167 his senior year, wrestled for us. I was a freshman, I think, when he was a senior. So oh yeah. His brother Wayne was a year older than I. Wayne was just a nut, man. Good friend of mine.
I think I've met Wayne before.
Yeah, he lives in California now, and I see pictures every once in a while. Very sadly, their older brother Terry had recently passed. We talked about that a little bit.
Yeah, or maybe it was
great family, man.
Maybe that's who I met. Yeah, it was. I know it was a brother or somebody like that.
I bet it was probably Terry because Wayne hasn't been over back to Ohio, at least that I've seen for some time. But,
Yeah. Cause the great family.
Yep.
The year I was I made the state semifinals down at Schottenstein.
Okay.
Doug was in my corner.
Was he really?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow. How cool is that?
He wasn't coaching at Walsh, but
right.
Walsh was just Barger was cool like that. He was just
right, whatever it took, man.
Yeah, but he knew Tyler had wrestled the kid I was wrestling.
Okay.
And so Doug was real hype on. He knew all about the kid.
Right.
And because Walsh's schedule, we didn't. It kind of you'd come back to Ohio and go, who are these people?
Right.
Yeah, so we didn't know. We didn't have a scouting report. We had to break, and that was about it. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, that he was very helpful. Yeah, he coached me through a victory there.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's just the way he was. The whole family just very unselfish and
cared about everybody.
Cared about everybody.
Yep.
Nope. Great guy.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, his son was up. Yeah.
Yeah,
and he's spending time helping me out.
Helping you.
Yeah, like well,
Yeah. Great dude.
Cool to see, yeah.
I'll tell you what, partner, I think that's going to do it. I mean, last match on the match. We'll go ahead here and wrap it up for the night. Any final thoughts on day 1 of the Hoover holiday?
Impressed. Yeah, that we talked about the Ironman, how wrestling's evolved. Look at these heavyweights even right now going at it. You see that kid's reversal.
Yeah, just crazy.
This heavyweight class is loaded. 31 out of 32 in that bracket. I've never seen a heavyweight bracket stacked like that. So, and no slouches. These guys are moving like 106 pounders. So, shout out to that heavyweight class. Looking forward to tomorrow's semifinal matches, especially Colton after seeing
Our boy. Yep.
yeah, wow, what a
comeback.
what an experience to see him come back on that kid. That was awesome.
Very
That's what the sport's all about. Moments like that where we talk about the pin and nobody else having it. You can't do that in a football game. I
Nope.
mean, there you go.
Nope, absolutely. Well, that'll do it. There's the last match of the evening. I'll tell you what, as we wrap up here, the top 5 scores going in tomorrow. I know John and his team will be monitoring this throughout. Holt out of Michigan in number 5 spot with 57 points. New Lexington in the number 4 spot at 58. There we go. Stark County, the Lake Blue Streaks right there at 60 points. And again, Stark County, the Louisville Leopards. Coach Coleman, 61.5. Boy, and they're pulling away already. Wadsworth at the top spot with 98 points. So I hope you've enjoyed our coverage tonight. We appreciate you joining us. We appreciate all the help out there. The chat room will be here again. First whistle tomorrow. John and his team will be here. So, John, any final thoughts before we go?
Oh, hey, taking broadcasting to the next level. Stark County Media. Share the link with your friends, family. Let people know. They're covering the wrestling and free coverage. Why not? Go on YouTube, watch it. Provide the same service Flow Wrestling charges people a monthly subscription for. So
absolutely,
come check it out.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, again, we thank you for joining us. This is Jim Bostic for John Lowery. Again, we appreciate you joining us tonight, and we will see you tomorrow morning, 9:30, first whistle. Be here with us. Good night, everybody.
Good night.